Hello, and welcome to another Toonkind D&D game. My name is Candlestick, and this is the latest in the Daisy Chain series, Wild Daisy Chase. Woo! Should be good fun. And this takes place after, I forgot what it was called, Rekindling? Yeah, that's the name of it. It's the 2 days after the discussion about everything that went down in Furuma, and their plans on finding Daisy finally. So yeah, it's only been 2 days, even if it feels like it's been far longer than that. And would my wonderful players like to introduce themselves from top to bottom and who they're playing?
Hi, I'm Avi. I have no idea if Discord's working with me.
I can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Discord's being really weird for me for some reason. I just updated it, so fingers crossed, nothing breaks. But yeah, I'm Avi. Today we'll be playing a real kind idiot detective, Shiro Azumi, and his doggy is here too, so we got Koro.
Yes, the
Puppy.
papa.
Hello all, I'm Dawn and I'm playing Karma, Muppet Chameleon. He is a bastard.
Hello, I am Oatmeal, and I'll be playing real kind alien time traveler, the Professor.
Lovely. Hi, I'm Pencils. I haven't been here for a while, but I'm here now. I will be playing Spectacled Spectre, or Specs for short, the ghost, who's also a paranormal investigator. Hi, hello. It's been a while.
Hi, I'm Wick. I'm going to be playing as Dr. Rutin, a dentist on sabbatical. It's just gotten caught up with things.
I forgot he's still on sabbatical, technically.
He's on sabbatical.
How long has it been?
Has he just retired somehow?
The sabbatical.
He's a tune, it lasts as long as it needs to last.
Yes, Jay, the sabbatical that never ends.
Sabbatical that never ends.
This is the sabbatical that never ends. Anyway, you all have wonderful players. Well, you are all wonderful players, and you all have wonderful characters, and I love them to pieces. And yeah, so whereabouts are you guys meeting up?
I mean, at this point, we always meet up in like the
Good Time Town?
Good Time Town.
That
Yeah,
probably
Good Time.
works. Like, entrance to the fairgrounds. Professor is gonna have the ellipsis parked nearby.
Usual meeting spot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Where exactly are we meeting? Like near the fairground, I'm guessing? Because that's where we always meet up.
Yeah, like the entrance, there's a gate or something, I don't know.
Should we all roll to see how we get there, or do you think we should just like, or do you think we
I
should
mean-
come here enough times to already know?
Yeah, I don't think we need to roll survival or anything.
Yeah, I think you're fine with rolling survival, but you can roll me perception if you really want to see how long it takes you to spot the others.
Hooray!
Yes, please. I shall do that.
Right, that's a 14 for Professor.
Oh my god, Azumi.
Oh my god.
23, I see all.
Yeah.
Eh, 16, not bad.
Well, that didn't work. I
mean,
did get a 16.
Yeah, all of those are pretty good rolls, so I'm going to say that you spot each other pretty fast. I mean, I am also going to say with that 24 and 23 from Azumi and Specs that you guys almost like immediately lock eyes with each other and then spot
Spider-Man
everyone
point meme.
else. Yeah.
It's such a fun difference from the last time Azumi spotted Specs first and decided to not get involved with that.
But yeah, just Spider-Man point meme.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So, seems like everybody's here. Do we want to start with, let's see, the part of the river closest to that old woman's house? Who's got that receipt with the address?
Oh god, if I remember anything about that.
Yeah.
God. Uh-oh.
I will say that like Azumi should have the information about that case because they were the one who did interrogate Boulder about it. That
Mhm.
did happen over a year ago.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, yeah, Azumi's probably just gonna fish it out.
Yeah, and we picked the receipt for the sale of the jewel out of Joy's old house.
Yes. Which Azumi probably also has because I think that might have been in the pocket of the jacket that you guys stole.
Okay.
Mhm.
Which would have been, and let me just check my notes. I've got these information somewhere. Hold on. All right. So the incident report from Boulder would have said that they hold on, where are your dates? I can't see your dates. Right, okay. So Boulder and Guppy broke into the house of one Mrs. Fortuna Colexalot in Wardsburg
Mhm.
in November 2 years ago.
Mhm.
The receipt, which was sold in Kauai to a collector, Sachio Takara, in June of 2 years ago.
Oh,
Oh.
so that's a different person. I thought it was the same person.
No.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
So the
Uh,
receipt for the thing that was bought by another person.
Yep, and Professor, if you want to roll history, it's not a very high DC.
yeah, sure. Let's see, what's my modifier?
Okay,
That's
so
unnatural 20.
Okay, you
Ooh.
will remember talking to I'm so sorry, Comet, I cannot remember the name of your character, Yuto, in the
Hey, Yuto.
hospital,
Mhm.
about the time device, and that would have happened in February of last year.
Yes. In Villestown.
Yep, in Villestown,
Mm-hmm.
which is later than the Wardsburg incident.
Okay.
so
So it got dropped in the river and then subsequently taken up. We might want to start in Villestown. I think that's the most recent that we know of its appearance for certain.
okay. Sounds like a good idea. we actually talk to the clock guy? Because I know there was that whole incident. Like, I can't remember what happened to the clock guy. Did they beat him up, or did he just like forgot what happened?
Well, I don't think Professor told you guys anything about that. He just said that he like got this from somebody that used it to make. He said that he got a device from somebody who talked to a Da Z, and it was a very powerful time device made by Wish, and he got rid of it.
Okay, so we are aware of like this thing, we just don't know the exact details.
Well, you don't. Professor does, but he's not saying anything because he's
Fair enough. So out of character, did they beat the guy up? I cannot remember.
Yeah,
They did,
kind
but
of.
then they also convinced him to maybe stop, and he managed to patch things up with the owner of the steward of the clock tower, and is paying off his debt there, while the two of them are going to help build him his own clock tower with a 24-hour clock at the top.
It's so fucking funny though.
It really was like, what? Like, what happened again? Did they beat him up, or did he just blast off into the distance? Or... yeah, but yeah, okay, sounds like a good idea. We can go to Villestown first.
Yeah. Professor would have looked into the incident and been like, okay, it was the clock incident thing that happened. So
Yeah,
The clock incident.
the clock
that's what we're
incident
going
with the
to-
clock king in the clock tower.
yes, he's not going to talk about Yuto or anything like that.
Fair enough.
If he talked about Yuto, Azumi would just fucking leave because that's another goddamn connection that Arata knows.
Yeah, no, he's not going to mention it. But yeah, so all right, we should probably head over to Villestown then. Shall we take the ellipsis? Because we could just take the teleportation circle, but that's a bit farther, and also if we need to go somewhere that doesn't have a teleportation circle, it'd be good to have the ellipsis with us.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
All right. So Professor's going to lead the way to the ellipsis and aim for the teleportation circle in Villestown.
Yep. All right. I don't know if you want to roll something for that, but considering it's a teleportation circle, that generally works out.
I usually let those go.
All right. Yep. And I mean, also Professor has been to Villestown a lot, so I imagine it's
A
also a
lot.
familiar place for Ellie.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. So they disembark at the station. Let's see, clock tower. I think we should probably roll survival to see if we can find the clock tower.
Yeah, roll me survival.
It's probably pretty big. It's probably
Well,
like
yeah, but you have to get
trying to
there.
find the. Yeah, fair enough.
Tallest building.
Since Azumi and Professor have been in Villestown a fair amount, I will let you guys have advantage because you probably know the area better.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, my survival is... Okay, that's a 19.
Don't mind me, I need to pull up Clock King's character sheet because I forgot he might be someone you would talk to.
Uh-huh.
Clock King.
There's a clock tower here?
Yes.
Yeah, it's that building over there. I point to like the tallest building that everyone can see.
I mean, that would definitely be very possible. I've always pictured it as being like a very tall like clock tower on the Mississippi River, so fairly easy to find if you've been in Billstown any sort of time, and probably very easy to find asking directions.
You know, that would have been a lot helpful earlier.
Yes, I forget that Rutin spent a bit of time in Billstown.
Oh crap, really?
Yeah.
He spent time in here, but he's just dumb.
Yeah.
It's not like he was looking for a
here.
clock.
It's the tallest building here.
Listen.
Azumi's just going.
Yeah.
It's like if you went to like, hold up, I don't think France exists in this universe.
No, it's a place called Forsana.
Yeah.
It's like if you go to Forsna and you don't see like the giant tower they have. I just forgot what the name is.
Oh, you're
Eiffel Tower.
the Eiffel Tower. Yeah.
Okay, it's still called the Eiffel Tower. Yeah.
No, I don't
that I actually
have
don't
one.
know,
I don't know if they have
It's
one.
spelled with like I full.
Oh.
That would be a question for Marzi and Fletch. That's their
Sorry
place.
if you guys are listening to this.
Yeah, sorry guys.
But I'm sure
so
the
I guess
Eiffel
they-
Tower does exist somewhere in Inkwell, I would imagine, and it is the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah. So do they make it to the clock tower, do you think?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Very easily. I like to imagine that Specs and Rutin are having this argument along the way.
Yeah. So how did you not notice the giant clock tower? It's like the biggest thing here.
It wasn't what I was looking for when I was here.
Yeah, I know. Even if you're not looking for it, you can obviously see it in the distance. Like it's huge.
And this is the day
Maybe
we
he was
learned
looking
out.
down the whole time.
I was gonna say this is how we learned that Rutin is actually short-sighted.
Oh, yeah. You know, that's
Oh my god.
Do you want to
imagine
like check the prescription on your glasses, maybe?
it. What? Oh, my glasses. Yeah, where are my glasses?
Oh my god. But yes, you guys do make it to the clock tower. And there I do have art of these guys. There you will
Ooh.
so the clock tower is open to the public, so you guys can just like freely walk in the front doors. And on the bottom floor of the clock tower is all along the the walls is a and a little bit in the center, but there's like a walkway. Is a miniature version of Villestown, with like a bunch of like people and iconic buildings and that kind of thing, and they're all like clockwork figures that like move around like little circular like paths and stuff like that.
Oh, cute.
That's really cute.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
am I
it's
the
gonna
only
take
one
a
who finds
hot
that
minute
creepy?
to just look at that thing because whoa, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Miniatures?
Yeah, it's like a miniature train model.
Like
Yep.
an exact replica of the town. They'll never get lost again.
Well, it is and it isn't. it's a caricature, so it's like exaggerated like iconic features, but everything is sort of laid out to be where you would expect, even if you might not be able to find your own house, sort of thing, because that's
Right. It's landmark focused, and the residential areas are probably condensed.
yeah, exactly. Though I don't know, again, this is like, unless depending on how familiar you are with Villestown, so like definitely Professor and Azumi, you might be able to spot some people you actually know, because if you are well known enough in Villestown, you get a little figurine in the in the
Ooh.
place.
Do we roll for that? I feel like there would definitely be like Memoria.
I know Conan, L, and I think White Rabbit has one.
I don't know who lives in Town, crud.
Probably the Brecht Brigade. At least the
Yes.
more popular figures.
Yeah, there's the Brecht Brigade. I did say in the clock game that Detective Moria does have one, and Phantom L, and I think White Rabbit also has one. And I don't
If he
know.
didn't before, he should now.
Yeah, it does now.
Nice.
So yeah, things like that.
Yee.
But yeah, you may roll if you would like to spot someone you know.
I don't know if Specs has ever been to Town and knows anyone here.
That's fair enough. I imagine there is also like the engineer near the Zippy River and things like that as well. So if you're just like looking for
Well,
really
he's in
famous
Toon.
people, yeah, but
He's in Toontown.
I think the
He's popular enough.
the game
He has filmed things
He's
here.
a
Yeah.
celebrity.
Yes.
He's everywhere.
the lost and found incident would sort
Oh,
of
absolutely.
probably
Yeah, that
be
was here.
immortalized in
Put him on the map. That's a good. That's a fair point. What was I rolling again?
Perception investigation to spot something.
Okay. Investigation. I got a 29.
Oh, crap.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think
Cut.
A nat 20?
That is a nat 20. Of all the things to get a nat 20 on.
Meanwhile, Routine just found his glasses.
yeah, so both Azumi and Professor will spot people that they know. I think Professor probably spots everyone that is in here that he knows.
Yeah, probably.
Mm.
All right.
Oh, this is the clock tower.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else think this is really kind of creepy?
It's not tracking you. It's just figurines.
They look cute. They're like little dolls.
Pokes. Karma pokes one of the figurines and is just like, yeah, no, that's creepy.
It's not a voodoo doll. It's
I think cute. It's like it's nice that they have sort of like made these little figurines. It's very cute.
let's see. Professor's going to like walk around and see if there's any staff only signs or anything that looks like a desk, or if there's anything inside here
Oh yes.
that looks like he might find somebody official.
Yeah, there is a desk. Just like it's maybe a little bit harder to spot at first just because of like the sheer amount of like clockwork figures and stuff, but you will spot a desk, and I'm gonna roll a d2, see who's on the desk at the moment. Oh, fantastic.
Uh-oh.
Who do we see?
I
we
have
see?
art. You see you see a very lanky looking toon who is sort of like scrunched in half over the desk, and looking very bored. And I will find art of them.
There he is.
Yeah.
This guy.
Oh, he is.
Oh my god, he is. I forgot he does kind of look like Waluigi, huh?
Yeah.
There he is.
I believe my players from that game described him as puntable.
Well, how tall is he?
I don't actually know how tall he is. He's just very gangly, and like scrunched up behind the desk. Like, obviously, like, it's the gag of, you know, there's not enough space behind there. Obviously, the much shorter Toon normally sits there, and you can see him sort of like pushing the chair in and out, sort of thing. He looks very
Yeah.
bored.
Hello there.
He looks up with hello, yes. Welcome to the clock tower. How may I be of service?
Well, I was wondering if, how do I put this? I was wondering if you might be able to, tell me about something that happened here, I don't know, a year ago. There was somebody calling themselves the Clock King.
Oh, are you a fan? That is I. Just like, stands up and dramatic pose, and I need to roll a performance.
Oh.
Are you a fan?
Are you a fan?
Oh, you're a celebrity?
Yeah, there's like the sparkles and everything that sort of like appear around him. Is the Clock King is I.
Oh, a king.
Okay,
I did not know
real
there was a
quick,
king
real
here.
quick. Yeah. Specs is gonna do okay, he's that kind of guy. I'm gonna pull out my notebooks like, oh wow, you're the Clock King. Can I get an autograph?
Oh yeah, why, most certainly, anything for my fans.
Azumi
will
sighs
say,
and puts his
Specs
head
has
in his
no
hands.
idea who this guy is, but like,
Rutin has no idea who he is either, but he's like,
I will say,
oh,
like,
there's a
Specs
king
has
here.
absolutely no idea who this guy is or what he did, but like, they know, like, okay, he's that kind of guy. I should try, like, buttering him up a bit so we can question him about stuff. So yeah, autograph it is. Now Specs has a random autograph in their notebook.
Yeah, yep. You get like very messy scrolled, like across the entire page. The Clock King.
Oh my god.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Fucking
I've never met the
Like,
king
Specs
before.
wonders, is that his actual name or is it?
No,
Well,
it is
you
not.
may-
Kind of. It kind of is. It kind of
No.
isn't. His actual name is Clock King.
Oh,
Clock
I loved that
Oh my
movie.
god,
Actually,
that's
in fact,
amazing.
anyone who rolled a high enough perception will see he has a little name tag currently which says Clock King on it.
Yes.
Azumi would like to leave, actually.
Well, I was I had heard about what happened, and I'm a bit of a well, I have some interest in clocks myself. I happen to be professor of horology, which is timekeeping devices for those who don't know. And I was rather curious about the item that you were using that day, which I hear has been had been, let's see, what was it? What did it say? Um, oh, wasn't it stolen by, a phantom thief?
Yeah, stolen. That rapskillion just disappeared into the night, and I searched for
Oh, no.
hours, and it was a gift. And
Oh, horrible.
so horrible.
That
Oh,
sounds
no. I
that
see.
sounds horrible.
Yes.
Sorry, it's just comments in the chat. This is so funny.
What, what,
This is finally people who understand my pain.
quite.
That is bad. Someone should not steal from a king or anybody, but
Mister is just not going to look at Rutin. He can't. Start laughing.
he's just like this.
I know. Well, well, it's a pity it's missing, but who was it a gift from?
Oh, well, I mean, I only knew them for a short amount of time. Very odd little fellow named Darzi, gave it to me when, we were on a, mission together for my cousin.
Does he?
I
For a
see.
split second. Specs thinks like, wait, there's another person named Dazi. Oh wait, no.
Oh, who Can you tell me about that? I'd love to hear the story. And about see if I can find this this Darzi and ask how they made such an impressive item, or where they found it, perhaps.
Oh no, they definitely made it. Well, made it out of thin air, actually. It was very impressive. And my accent
Oh
for this
my.
guy is changing, and that's fine because I feel like he's the sort of guy who puts on accents anyway, so
Hell yeah.
just ignore me and just it's in character 100%. Anyway, very, very fascinating. They were good sort, definitely more helpful than most people I've worked with, and very empathetic. Like they definitely like to listen to me talk about my work in the clock tower and how unfair I had been snubbed for putting a 24-hour clock in the top. Say, you said you were interested in time. What are your thoughts on a 24-hour clock?
Hmm.
I mean, isn't that what all clocks are?
Well, yes, dear, but a 24-hour clock would obviously have the numbers go from 1 to 24 and not from 1 to 12 twice.
Exactly.
That
Imagine
would be
the
a
amount
lot
of
of numbers on the clock.
But
That would
imagine
be like a
Well-
whole lot of numbers on the clock.
but it's less confusion. Like if you say you want to meet up at 8, is that 8 in the morning or 8 at night?
No, I agree. It absolutely it absolutely clears up some of the confusion. And you know, I've actually I travel a great deal, and I've met some people who use a 24-hour clock as you've described. It tends to be used in military operations and such, because if you're communicating over a crackly radio system, some poorly made what are they called? Walkie, no, the speaky. Oh God, what are they?
Radios?
No, what the things that we no the I'm trying to find the
Standy
standy speakies. Thank you.
Yeah.
Then you could miss somebody saying whether it's AM or PM, and then you're a whole 12 hours off.
Really? That's fascinating. Ha! Take that, Mix Tower. And you said it was ridiculous. Anyway, I feel like we got off track. What were you asking about again?
Oh, yes. where you met this very curious Dazi,
Nice.
and the circumstances surrounding that. Where was that? I'd like to see if I could meet them.
Oh, yes, right. Well, it was last year, and my cousin, the Rock King, he wanted my help for a job in Waddleton, acquiring a
Mhm.
precious rock from I guess a fairly notable duck figure.
Oh no!
The Rock King. Oh, wait, I'm seeing it now. Oh, they wanted to get a rock. Oh, the jewel.
I want
Oh.
I want to see if I know who this notable duck figure is. That's an 18. So Professor just goes like, he tilts his head a moment and he goes, "Do you mean oh God, what's his XP name?
Screw McCodger.
Screw McCodger?
Ah, yes, that's the one.
Ah,
Roger, you mean the ridiculously rich guy?
Yes, well,
isn't
he wasn't really using it, see?
well, I don't know what use he would have for. Never mind.
How deep does this conspiracy go?
Um. So, all right. He needed your help acquiring a special rock from Mr. McCarger.
Yes, and myself and Darzi got it for him. He was very happy.
I see. I see. Hmm. Interesting. So this was in is it called Waddleton?
Yes.
What?
Interesting. So, where? Huh. Do you know how Mikaja acquired this rock?
Oh. I'm gonna roll a history for this guy. See if he was paying
Mhm.
attention.
Oh my god.
Absolutely not. Oh god, he has no idea.
Yep, you're the.
This guy's only interest is in clocks, and that's it.
Yep, he's like, I don't know, I wasn't paying attention to that part of the speech.
Mhm.
Mm.
Interesting. Um. Uh. Perhaps. Perhaps I would ask your cousin, the Rock King. Do you know how I might get in contact with him?
Oh yes, he has a rock shop down on 31st Street. I think it's is it 2 lefts or 2 rights from here. He just started looking at his hands, like making the L shape sort of thing, and
Can I look at like the miniature
Can-
version of the town and try to figure it out from there?
I was going to say, Azumi and Professor have been here for a while. Could Azumi roll like survival or something? Or history?
yeah, go for it. And pencils, roll me an investigation.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, okay, I think those are both enough to spot it. Is um pencils Specs spots a little it's very small, it's obviously not very well known, but it is there and it just says rock shop on it.
The rock shop.
Yeah.
Rock shop.
And
Right.
Azumi, yeah, you recall having seen this place. It's probably one of those places that ends up in a lot of like shenanigans, like both things being
He
stolen
helped
from
Camille
there.
solve a murder there.
Maybe, yeah. They were bludgeoned to death with a rock from the shop.
Oh my god.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
This is a standard background shop in a number of shenanigan episodes.
Yes, exactly.
This set is used repeatedly.
Like Azumi like recognizes the shop, and he's just like, "Oh yes, I solved a murder there once."
Murder?
A murder?
He's a detective.
Yes, I am a detective. We've been over this.
Well,
Yeah, I
yes,
know,
but what
but,
does
like,
rock music have to do with anything?
No,
I mean, I can
no.
see how a murder could happen in the rock shop. There's a bunch of weapons there you could definitely use.
Oh, funnily enough, one of the murders wasn't even with the rocks.
Routine, not music.
Not music.
No, like the
Murder.
rock.
the mineral.
Like
Yes.
stone. Like
okay.
okay.
Yes.
Yes,
I
I've
can
been
definitely
following.
see. I can definitely see how you could use a rock as how a shop like that could definitely be a place for a murder, considering all the weapons, murder weapons.
Right.
I think the rock
Well,
would be like, exactly. No one kills anyone for a clock.
well.
Azumi looks away.
Hmm.
Well, thank you very much for letting me know. I shall certainly see what I can find, and who knows, maybe if I find Dazi again, I can let you know that you said hello.
Oh yes,
Did
please
we
do.
ask what?
And if you do see my cousin there, tell him he's a hack.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Don't give up on that 24-hour clock, mate. It's a grand idea, and he's going to like sort of finger guns and like turn around and leave.
Yeah, it was thank you. If I finally get it built, I will definitely make sure to send you an invitation to the grand opening.
Oh,
Sounds very nice.
magnificent.
Wait, I want to see it too.
You can come.
Yes, you're all
Question,
invited. Tell all your friends.
Yay.
Real quick, because I did kind of like zone out for like a quick second. Did we ask if he knows what happened to Dazi afterwards, or?
Oh,
We did not. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think before they leave officially, Azumi kind of just backpedals and goes back. Very quickly before we leave, do you happen to know what exactly happened to Dazi after the fact?
Oh well, once we got the rock to my cousin, we parted ways, and I haven't seen them since.
I see. Well, thank you for your time.
And thank you. You have all been such such a gracious fans.
Azumi's got that smile on his face. He's like, oh yes, of course.
Yep.
Professor
I feel like
like
Azumi's just tired of
leaves.
his two shenanigans at this point.
Professor leaves, and he's got like a pained look on his face, and he's like, I can't believe he calls himself that.
The Clock King? I mean, his tag did say his name was Clark.
Yes,
His name
but
is Clark.
it's a bit pretentious.
It kind of is.
So
Yeah,
he's
you're
not
right.
a king.
He is not a king.
I'm not surprised.
It's just his name.
Also,
I mean, we're going to meet his cousin who's the Rock King, so maybe it's just a family thing?
It is what a last name usually is.
but I'm a little confused. I thought we were looking for Daisy. Who's this?
No,
Who's
no,
this Daisy?
Daisy. Daisy.
You know, it's like how he calls himself the Clock King when his name is Clark King.
Can't just say Daisy with an accent. Daisy Duzzy.
Oh, this is making me dizzy.
That's another one you can use.
All right, I'm just going to leave right now. Bye.
Wait, where are you going?
We're going to the rock shop.
Oh, right, rock shop. Not music, not music.
No, not that kind.
But I bet he would have liked that.
Yeah, so you guys, I'm not gonna make you roll well, you already rolled survival, so yeah, Azumi, you're able to lead them right to it. And yeah, this is like it's like a normal kind of background shop. Is like nothing really notable other than like the name Rock Shop in big letters above the entrance, and you can see like the display windows, and they're just full of rocks, and like it's most of them
Okay.
look like normal regular rocks. I mean, you've got some that are in fun shapes and stuff, and some of them
Oh,
like
this one looks like a tooth.
yeah, things like that. Some of them they obviously look very like precious stones, but they're very like there is no rhyme or reason as to what is like how naturally precious a rock is to where it's placed in the window.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have
Healing stones! Oh my god.
you might have like 3 like very good skipping stones and then like a 24 karat diamond like behind them.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I'm just picturing there's at least one rock with googly eyes on it.
Oh yes,
God.
there's actually a little section that is like that's got a sign of pet rocks. Your pet like buy your own pet rock, and it's just got like a bunch of stones in there with the googly eyes on them.
Googly eyes.
Nice.
Mushroom sees them, they're like, I can't believe they're stealing my brand.
Hello.
Yeah, and as you guys enter, there's like that like obnoxious like chime from the door, and then a tune that looks very suspiciously like the Clock King, but like recolored.
Uh-huh.
Pops
Oh
up
god.
from behind the counter. It's, customers! How can I help? How can I help you? Are you interested in a rock today?
Oh, I mean, I just got a rock, but we can always have more rock.
Well,
So nice.
right now we're actually interested in seeing about something that you might have had here a while ago. Let's see. Do you let's see. Do you know the do you know Clark King?
Ah, yes, my cousin. The
Right.
hack.
He returns he returns the sentiment.
Of course he would. He thinks rocks are dumb.
Well, that's a shame.
I'm so
No
sorry,
way.
Azumi.
Azumi sighs and he says, well, they certainly do. rock.
I know, right?
Specs is trying so hard not to laugh.
In his head, one of his quarry is at least losing it, so we can call that a win.
I
man.
see you're another rock enthusiast.
We were wondering, he was telling us about a rather interesting stone that had been acquired a while back, with the help of a Dazi, and we were well, I was wondering if I might track down this Dazi, if you knew where they went, but also possibly the rock, because it sounded very nice. You don't have it here in the shop, do you?
Who? I've never heard of a Dazi.
No.
The last time me and my cousin, well, the last time I asked my cousin to help out, it was just him. That was getting the Jewel of Bellis.
Oh, I see.
Azumi's not a Muppet board, but I got the distinct impression of him doing the Kermit scrunch.
It's just so much scrunch going on here.
The Jewel of... Can you repeat that real quick? The Jewel of what?
The Jewel of Bellis. You know, like, it's big and shiny and colourful. Very pretty for my collection.
Ah.
The Jewel of Bellis.
Yeah.
Well, yes, dear, obviously. Professor just sort of like
Yes,
looking.
I might have heard of that jewel before, though.
Oh yes, it was fished out of the river down in, and I need to look at my map again.
Cameo?
Oh my god, I can't believe we found it in this fucking rock shop.
It was fished out of the river near Cameo, and then was taken to an auction in Toontown, where that scoundrel Scroomer Codger managed to win the auction.
Oh, I see.
Stinking cheat.
So you were able to liberate it from him.
Yes, I suppose you could say that.
So where is it now?
Oh, it's the greatest shame. Repskillian scoundrels, they stole it from me.
There's a lot of stuff
spirit
here.
rogues.
Wait, who stole it?
When was that?
Was like April or something. Last year.
Oh.
They've tricked me. They seemed so interested in my rock collection, and then when I wasn't looking, they snatched it.
How terrible.
I know.
Did you get a look at them at all?
Oh yes, it was they did not seem to be from around here. Very looking, with sort of human, sort of bird appearance, teenagers. I bet you they're part of the sorry, and I need to think of the name because I can't remember it right now. I bet they're part of the Coveted gang down in Buccaneer Bay. I bet you any money.
Oh.
The Corvid King?
Gang.
Coveted gang.
Corvid
Okay,
gang.
okay, I thought we
was
were
about
gonna
to say,
talk
how
about another
many kings are
another
there?
goddamn
How many
king.
kings?
Oh, well, like, out of character, there is an entire king family in Villestown.
You
Oh,
could
thank
say
God.
it's the
Love
kingdom.
that.
There's the Lock King and the Mock King and the Sock King.
Oh no.
Azumi just
Fuck.
kind of mutters under his breath, please don't let this be the Reginalds.
Oh.
Well, well, that is a shame that it's gone.
Yes, and after all the hard work I put in to get it too.
Yes, yes.
Out of curiosity, where did you say this Corvid gang was?
Oh, yeah, that unsavory place, Buccaneer Bay.
Right.
Hmm.
Anyway, enough
How
about
do
my
we-
woes. Can I interest you in a rock? I have such a collection. It's just gonna, like, show you, like, a panel that's, again, full of, like, both precious stones and, like, unprecious stones. There's, like, no glass or anything in the way here at all.
Uh-huh.
I think it would be really funny if Azumi just picked up like a cool looking rock for Spades
Oh my god.
and just let Spades like two heads like fight over it.
Oh my
God.
god.
Lord.
What does he have on offer, I guess?
I mean, like, this selection is the small rocks, so they're only 1G. But yeah, they range from very precious stones to a really neat rock that you find on the sidewalk.
They're all just 1G?
Yes.
Oh no.
What's the neatest rock?
There is there's probably like a rock in the shape of the engineer's head.
Oh my
Yes.
god, that's funny.
Oh my god.
God.
Oh.
Azumi's just gonna take one that looks somewhat shiny and like keep that for Spades.
Yeah, maybe like a cat's eye. Yeah, like
Mm.
just a smooth cat's eye.
Karma's
Oh,
going
hell
for
yeah.
whichever one looks the most expensive.
Yes.
Yeah, there's probably a diamond in there.
Holy crap.
Going
How much is
straight
the
for-
diamond?
1G.
1G.
The diamond is one. Oh my god, Specs is gonna take that deal. Holy shoot, that's a steal.
You're gonna have to beat Karma for it.
Okay.
Mushroom, go! Mushroom, quick, call dibs!
Called it. Called it.
Okay.
Yeah, when you take
I
it,
don't
it's
even
like,
Mushroom might be too angry at like the other pet rock to focus on what Specs is saying.
yeah. But yeah, no, Karma, if you pick out that one, it's gonna, those ones are always really popular.
I wonder
Just-
why.
You're gorgeous, you know?
Yes, it is a very stunning rock. Personally, this one's my favorite, and he's gonna pick up the one with the shape of the engineer's head.
I mean, that's a pretty good rock, I'm not gonna lie.
And May
Yeah,
I?
no, I'm good at this.
Do you have any recommendation for pet rock?
Oh, hmm. Well, and he's gonna go over and he's gonna start like shuffling through the pet rocks. By the way, leaving the thing of stones just on the counter.
Oh my god.
um, and just like, oh well, this one is a bit finicky, and this one has a bit of a temper, and oh, this one here is gonna pass you like it doesn't look any different to any of the others. But it is like, oh, she has a very calm temperament, very good for a first rock owner.
Oh,
I will say,
oh,
like,
that's good.
if you actually get the pet rock, Mushroom is just going to be silently looking at you
Oh,
with the angry eyebrows. And Spectre's like,
no.
Mushroom, don't get jealous.
Oh.
I was just
Ah.
happy to be here.
And,
How much will
oh,
it?
oh, the rocks are free. The pet rocks are free
Oh,
as
the-
long as you take care of them and give them a good home. Remember to take them on walks every day and feed them sprinkles and yes, then it's yours free of charge.
Oh, sprinkles. Do I have sprinkles? And he's shuffling through his pockets.
They will also eat glitter.
Oh, wait, I do have that. Thank you very much. And he gives a little smile. He is just having a good time.
Azumi's just slowly but surely, like, okay. I
Azumi's
forgot what
just
the
like they're
term
in
is.
Billstown and they probably can't even visit Camille and Leo, so he's just like silently suffering.
Like, he's really just like,
Yeah, the tearful goodbye. Goodbye, Rocket. Do be good for your new owner. I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time in your new home.
Oh, do not worry. We will write. Do you have address?
Ah, yes, it's just gonna rattle off the same address that you got from the Clock King.
Yeah. Oh, Rocket, you have name. That is nice. You shall be Rocket in my pocket. He puts Rocket in the pocket.
Anyone else want to buy anything from this rock shop or do anything else?
Okay.
No, I'm good.
No,
Good.
I'm
No,
good.
just that one diamond, man.
Just the one diamond.
Oh, he'll pick up the pet rock food if there's any rock food.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
is probably just sprinkles.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It's like 1 copper piece for the rock food.
Ah, good. That's down his other pocket.
Well, thank you for letting us look around your shop.
Anytime, do come back.
Certainly.
Ah.
Candle, can I just say really quickly that I fucking love your NPCs?
So
Thank
good.
It's so funny.
I'm glad you like them.
God.
They're very good.
Okay, where were we supposed to go? I know he said something, but I completely forgot it. They got stolen by some rapskillions. Oh yeah, the Corbett gang.
Yes.
Corbett
from-
gang in
Buccaneer
Buccaneer
Bay,
Bay.
was it?
Buccaneer Bay, exactly.
Yep.
Yes. Well, back to the ellipsis.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if there's a teleportation pad over there. Professor does have a map.
Yeah, I'm gonna say there's not a teleportation circle in Buccaneer Bay because it's not exactly the most savory of places.
Okay. Then I'll go ahead and roll to see how close he can get.
And can Karma possibly give him advantage on that? Because that's kind of Karma's old stomping grounds.
Oh, yes, you
Oh.
may.
It is.
That's not a bad
Buccaneer
idea.
Bay, oh my god, your old stomping grounds? Holy shoot.
All right, I'm rolling at advantage, and I got a nat 20. Candle, that's down.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm just thinking, like, Buccaneer Bay, now that's like the image of Karma and the Pirates has now in Spectre's mind.
yeah,
If you have ever seen Muppet Treasure Island,
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Like
Basically
that
the green
image
one.
of that is just immediately in
Good.
Spectre's mind, like Karma pirate hat.
Nice.
I forgot. Yeah, because you've said before that Karma was the one that got shot out of a cannon in the
Yeah.
Heart of Ice game.
Yeah. It's my questions about it earlier.
Yeah, no, that incident has nothing to do with the with the
It's just a funny coincidence.
yeah, I thought it would be really funny to have Screw McCodger in here somewhere on the travel path, so I asked blanking on names right now,
Mod?
Obby
I'd-
Obby.
owns
Oh, Obby.
Screw McCodger now. I'm like, hey, can
Ah,
I just
nice.
have them as like
Ah.
a reference?
nice.
So I have the okay.
Good.
This is great.
But
Alright,
yeah,
with-
Dawn, if you'd like to describe perhaps the location that you guys arrive in, since Karma's the one who's giving Professor directions.
Mhm.
Right, yeah. Congratulations, you've landed on the seedy side of town by the docks. It smells like fish and it's got some very unsavory people on it, but it'll be fine. Karma knows them.
Like we get mugged and Karma's like, hey, is that you?
No, these ones are mine.
Yeah.
I mean, Azumi could carry his rapier around.
Up to him.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
that's probably a
look at
good idea
Karma.
around here.
I'm gonna look at Karma and say, is it a good idea to put mage armor on?
Probably.
Probably good enough, mage armor boy.
Yeah.
Fucking crying.
Yeah.
Well, this looks nice.
Hide
Yes,
your
it
valuables
is.
and keep your weapons out.
Hmm.
Oh, gladly.
He slowly puts Raquette back in the pocket. He was given
And
no
I said,
pets.
don't expose the rock to this.
Yes. Oh, okay. But I mean, it seems nice so far. We're on near the ocean bay. It's a bay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's yeah, it's trust me.
Okay.
Keep the rock in the pocket.
It's alright, Koro knows how to bite on command.
Oh, good.
Mushroom pulls out a small knife and Spectre's like, no, Mushroom, no, go back into hammer space.
Oh, incredible. Yeah, so congrats, you guys are now in Buccaneer Bay. What do you want to do now?
Hmm. Corvid gang. How do we find the Corvid gang?
Can we roll a
Can I-
perception to just, like, look around, or...
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean,
You know
Karma,
we're
do you
looking for-
know anything about the Corbett gang?
Do I, Candle?
I mean, you can roll a history if you'd like, see if you know anything about them.
That was a
that's-
surprisingly low roll for Azumi.
That's a terrible roll for me, but I'll try it anyway.
I would argue
Perception.
advantage since you know this place.
Um,
Oh no, I rolled in the wrong spot.
Oops.
Yeah, I would argue advantage because you know this place or something.
That's up to the candle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Like,
give you
I-
advantage.
In that case, I accidentally rolled a 16 in the other chat.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. Honestly, it was also your first roll, so yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but Rutin got a nat 20 on perception.
Yeah. Okay, so welcome to Buccaneer Bay. As the name probably suggests, it's not the most reputable town. You guys are on the docks. You have a really nice view of the ocean from here. There's lots of ships like lined up, both fancy looking ones and ones that are definitely not pirate ships. And you know, like a pretty classic
Pirate Bay.
Pirate Bay, yeah.
Home sweet home.
Yep.
No.
Hi, it's been a while since I've been in a place like this.
Oh,
Still smells like home.
Hmm.
the water's very nice. He's just looking out
Yeah,
at the
don't
sea.
fall in there.
Oh, I was not planning to.
Yeah,
Why should I
trust me.
not?
It's not.
Best case, you don't want to know what's in that water. Worst case, there's a boat next to you. That hurts.
Yes.
Okay.
Lots of boats, not enough room to swim.
A shame.
Oh my god, Comet. There's a movie theater showing pirated movies.
God.
Yes.
Good.
Yes. Karma, your history roll. When was the last time that Karma was in Buccaneer Bay?
It's been about a year now.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. So the Coveted gang is I mean, that's not what they call themselves. It's sort of like the term that has been given to them by like other people who have encountered them. It's just a odd collection of teenagers, generally bird type toons, who've basically made themselves found family and tend to get into trouble for stealing things. Though they will steal for you for a price.
Nice.
Is the price birdseed?
I mean, they will take shiny objects, but generally it tends to be money.
Give them the diamond, quick! We have
really,
a diamond, we can give it to them.
It really
That's
depends
shiny.
on who you manage to make a deal with, whether you can get away with paying them birdseed or whether you actually need to pay them a reasonable price.
Right, you have to find the dull ones.
Yeah, yeah. They haven't been around in, like, relatively speaking, they haven't been around in Buccaneer Bay that long. Like, it's only been like 3 years or so. So they're still relatively like new and not very well known. Which is sometimes a benefit, because if you want something done that someone's not gonna get like wind of it, it's easier if it's someone who's not as well known. And their hideaway is on this side of the town. You don't know where exactly, but you can probably narrow it down to like an area where they're most frequently seen.
Okay. Alright, yeah, the Corvin gang. They're kids mostly. Good if you need a job done, but not a big job, usually.
Mhm.
See, last time I was in town, I think they were based somewhere over this way. And he just starts in the general direction he remembers them being in last time.
Yeah, it's generally down the shops area closest to the docks, you know, the ones where people are likely to like sell their wares and there's likely to be people there. That's where most often you'll find one of them probably pickpocketing someone.
Yeah.
So, how do we approach these folks?
Shouldn't be too hard. Like I said, they're usually pretty good if you want a job done. Just, if you don't have a tune pockets, then make sure you have your wallet in hand.
Hmm.
Yep.
Tune pockets.
Well, I don't-
Pockets.
I don't have tune pockets, but my pockets are interesting.
Why? What's in them?
Never say that ever again.
Well, somebody tried to rob me and they got a bar of wet soap.
And soap?
Okay, so you do have tune pockets.
No, no, it's perfectly real kind. It's just you know, bags of holding. It's like that, but not quite as big.
Huh.
So like
So-
hammer space, so therefore tune pockets.
Yes, except
rubs
it's
a
not.
hand against his face, and he's just like, "Can you please just get a move on."
Oh, they're moving. It's just not tune make is the thing. Tune like.
Yeah.
Yeah, tune Mike still makes some tune pockets.
No, it doesn't. Look at me. I'm not tune. And
Yeah.
neither
They
is my
kind of function
clothes.
exactly like how tune pockets do, so they're like honorary tune pockets or something.
Okay, but that's not the same as being tune pockets.
I guess if you're looking at the real nitty gritty of it.
I am.
Oh,
Except
okay,
the
well,
tune pockets, my dude.
Actually,
just make sure your wallet's in there and doesn't get taken out by anyone but you, okay?
I mean, if they try, they are just as likely to get soap as they are to get my coins.
and the chocolate
Yeah.
coins.
And the chocolate coins. They could get chocolate coins.
Specs is literally just thinking that's basically like hammer space, my dude. I don't know why you're so like, like so.
I know, but it's not.
Oh. I think by this point you've managed to get to the like the market area, the lower side market area. Would you guys like to make me perception rolls?
Yes.
Cool. Beautiful. Routine, you're doing great. That's a 9.
Incredible.
Oh, dang. 25.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, is that everyone? I can't quite tell.
Yeah, I think it is.
Wick, pencils.
Yeah, I rolled
Yeah.
a 12 at the very top.
I rolled a 16.
That's a
Nice.
9.
Okay.
Yay.
I don't think the 12 is going to be enough to spot anyone in particular in the crowded area.
Oh, that's fine.
The 16 and 17 will be enough to spot it. It might take you a little while to figure out. Yes, actually, that does look like someone who would fit the description of what you've both gotten from Karma and from the Rock King. Karma, that makes a lot of sense, that 25. You immediately pick out two figures, and I have art of them actually, because I thought their design was very cool. Come on, you can do it, computer.
I will say,
Oh,
oh,
Um,
I love them.
meet
Oh, thank God they're not like ritual.
meet Maggie Pie and Jack Dawson.
Oh,
oh,
I love
oh.
them. Oh, they're brilliant.
And Maggie Pie is most definitely not trying to steal a pie from one of the stalls nearby. while Jack is talking to the shopkeep.
Brilliant.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Karma's gonna go up and he's gonna assist Dawson in distracting the shopkeep.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment, he's basically just trying to haggle down the price. Like 10G is a ripper for a pie, and you know it. the shopkeep is like, look, I gotta keep my business open somehow. And yeah.
Yeah, but come on, 10G? These things aren't worth that. I mean, picks up a pie and is just gonna spin it around like, this little thing?
Do you know how many of my pies get used in pie fights? This is family recipe. I'm just trying to make sure that they get eaten, not used as basic commodities.
You're gonna get them used as fight pies anyway. You might as well capitalize on that. Make some that are a little lower price. Don't have to be high quality then, just enough to hit someone.
You do make a good make a good point, but consider I could just sell them to you at this price.
And how often do you get a sale?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, I don't think you're gonna get this one. He's gonna put the pie down and just whip his head off to the side. Side eye.
Yeah,
I mean, it might be good.
I think by
I
this
mean, they
point...
may be artisan, you know?
Exactly! See? This tune gets it. Sir, would you like to buy a pie? At least someone appreciates my work.
And do you have...
What kind of pie is this?
These guys, not these pies. Come on, I know better pies than this, trust me.
Okay, look, what kind of pies are they?
People.
I mean, they're pretty standard pies. You have like everything from your lime key pie to like meat pies to like apple pie, that kind of thing.
Yeah, quite a variety.
I'm gonna roll a
I
sleight
wonder
of
how
hand.
long it takes to make.
Yeah, okay. By this point, Maggie has taken his a few pies short. And Jack's just like, well, the frog's right. I am not paying this price, so good day to you, and he's just gonna like stalk off. Like,
The frog.
yeah.
Karma is having much less good feelings about these kids now. gonna follow along after him, like,
And now, trust me, guys. These pies, no good. Better pies this direction, believe me.
Just
But they have apple pie. That's like one of my favorite pies.
Oh.
Trust me, kid.
Okay.
just the shopkeep's just gonna be like, well, if you're not buying anything, then scram.
Do you sell by slice too?
Yes, but it'll cost you extra.
What the
Let's just go, please.
It's
He,
like
would,
the whole pie.
he gets a couple question marks over his head. Like he's trying to do the mental math.
Like,
It's like, wait a
immediately
minute.
Specs is like, wait, what? No, never mind. I'm not buying pies from this person. Forget the apple pies. Why would it cost extra?
Told ya.
Well, it was nice meeting you anyway. He's going to try to give a handshake. If that's cool.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna take the handshake. He's gonna look at
Azumi
you
shows-
suspiciously, but he's gonna take it.
So that's a sleight of hand. He gave him something.
Okay.
Anyways.
What did he give him?
What did you give him?
He gave him one gold piece and a little note.
What
does
does
it
the
say?
note say?
Good luck with your business.
Oh my
Aw.
god.
Oh, Rutin, you're
Rutin,
too nice
you-
for this guy.
God.
Rutin is too precious.
He understands
Sorry,
starting a business is
opinion-
hard.
I know, but my opinion this guy went straight down the drain when he said the slice cost more than a whole pie. What kind of business is that?
Yo, I totally get it. Routine, on the other hand.
Rutin, I love you, but God, you are such an easy mark.
Yeah.
Good
Either
thing
way,
you have
he's just
karma
gonna
here.
leave.
Ah.
Professor had
Why
been
does
hanging.
the pie slice cost more?
Professor had been hanging back. He didn't go anywhere near the pie stand, but now he's sort of getting closer to where Karma is. Because he didn't want to interfere, but
I
It
mean,
is now
Pie
time.
slice
guys-
costing more than the whole pie?
you might want to book it after the kids because they're definitely making their way away from this area.
in
Yeah.
that case,
Oh, yeah.
yes.
Definitely
Let's go after
moseying along with.
So, kid, don't suppose you got an apple in that mess, did you?
It's just turn around and Jack goes, "Don't know what you're talking about," and Maggie goes,
Yeah, the crumbs on her face really, really prove point.
There's a silent, like, just with the hand gestures of, "Are you serious right now?" And the what? I wanted to eat it, and just like but, and then just the face palm and the turn back around, and you didn't see nothing.
Come on, I helped you get those. Least you can do is share a little. Well, if not a pie, then maybe we can share some info. Heard you guys did a job for someone a little while back.
Oh. Maybe we did, maybe we didn't. What's in it for us?
I mean, just gonna flip through his pockets real quick, because see what does he actually have.
Do you eat those all the time? Pointing at the pies.
Just Maggie's gonna swallow her mouthful and oh yeah, pies are great. Not as good as the
Okay.
ones on 4th Street, but he's a bit of a not a great. He's a bit of an arsehole and he doesn't tend to notice his produce going missing as often.
Yeah. 4th Street stuff is good though, but this is easy.
Oh, I see.
Well,
Hey. Oh, I thought you were gonna say something.
oh, I thought you were going to say something.
Both of us are waiting for saying.
Oh, we already got you some dinner. Throw in a little bit of something shiny and what do you say? Talk it over.
Yeah, you can keep talking.
Right. So, let's say we duck over here where it's not the middle of the street.
Yeah, the Jack's gonna look around, nod, and just like take Maggie by the arm and just like lead you guys over there.
All right. So, a few months back, we heard there was a bit of a misplacement at the rock shop in Billstown. You guys know anything about that?
I mean, it does sound kind of familiar. I might need a little bit to jog my memory, if you get what I mean.
Question. You guys remember the gold rod, right?
Oh my
Yup.
god.
Uh-huh.
Like, I'm not telling them to give it to them because obviously not. That's a bad idea. But like, would you say that perhaps I kept because I did use it once when I was testing it out that one time, and I do have a shiny gold rock.
Yep.
You want to hold them
We
a gold,
trade one
hold them
rock for another rock,
a gold nugget?
like a gold nugget.
Yeah, that would work.
I'd do it.
Okay, I reach into my hammer space. It's like, okay, so you guys so would you say you would be willing to trade one rock for another rock?
Yeah, I think Jack's gonna be like, just like, it's the rock, you know, try and make sure that it's actually is real, kind of thing.
Oh, it's real. That's
It's very.
gold.
This is a whole gold rock.
That's no fool's gold.
Alright, sure, that'll do. And he's gonna, like, hold his hand out, for it.
Okay, hold up. Before I give you this rock, I want information about that rock we're talking about.
Yeah, but if we give you the information, what's the guarantee that you're gonna not give us that?
What's the guarantee that you're not going to give us the information?
Exactly.
Well, we can give you this now, and then I'll give you something else after.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that'll work.
Suspects?
Goodwill and all that.
Okay, so I give the rock now, or I wait for him to give the information?
No, you
Okay,
can give the rock now, and the professor will give something else after if they follow through.
Okay, yeah, here's the gold rock.
Cool. Just a quick question. What's everyone's passive perception?
25.
Uh,
18.
Oh shit.
Passive
14.
perception 15.
15.
Okay, second question. Rutin, what do you have in your pockets?
A rock.
He
Yeah.
has a rocket
Ooh, I'd like
in
to
his
say
pocket.
that if it's a little steely thing, oh my god. Ooh, wait, I want to roll on my fumble table.
Yep, you can do that. Go for it.
That's
Azumi,
Oh my
you
God,
will
wait.
notice Maggie has sidled up next to Rutin and is just puts her hand in his pocket and then out again very fast.
He grabs her wrist.
Oh, you notice that it is a comically large. It's not like super big, but it's a tube of toothpaste.
Okay, yeah. She's gonna go, "Oi! I wasn't touching nothing!" and,
Oh, toothpaste. Oh, do you need toothpaste? You know, I was wondering what your dental health was like for both of you. Eating too many pies, that's a lot of sugar. You could get a lot of cavities.
Azumi gives her a very, very, very sweet, sickly sweet smile, and he says, "How about we keep our hands to ourselves until this exchange is over?"
all right. You didn't have to be so mean about it. It's just gonna like shuffle back next to Jack, and he's gonna just look at her and then just like hit her over the head, like back on the back of the head, like idiot.
No, did you want the free sample? He takes out a smaller tube of toothpaste. Like one of the small ones you get at the office.
Oh my god.
Immediately, yes, and it's out of your hand now.
Yeah.
She's gonna get another whack on the head. It's like, what? He offered it.
You could have one too if you would like. What were your names?
Name's Jack. Jack Dawson. This is Maggie Pie.
Well, I'm Spectacled Spectre. There, now we introduced ourselves.
He offers a tube to Jack.
He's gonna
So-
take it a little bit more hesitantly, like, thanks.
So about this rock from Villestown.
Oh yeah, that one. The big glowy one. The Jewel of something?
Belvis or something.
Yeah, it sounds familiar. I thought it was different than that though. Anyone, yeah, that's the one. Might know something about it.
Right. Do you, let's see, was this a personal interest or helping out a friend?
He doesn't answer. Like you could like straight away you could see that he's sort of like thinking about the best way to respond. But Maggie chimes in with the, "Oh, you mean the job we did for Mix McGonagall?"
Oh.
Oh my god.
Who?
the
Can you
just a
repeat that
face
name?
palm. Mix Montgomery.
Okay.
Oh.
Hmm.
Yes.
Can I roll history to see if I know who that is?
Yeah, you may.
Because I don't know that one off the top of my head.
No, this is an original character of mine.
Hmm.
Karma can have advantage.
Aw.
Oh, 5.
No, no.
I think that's how you roll.
Wait, are we
these.
all rolling?
I mean,
A
you
Wait, I think you said that the
zero.
second time.
Also,
That ain't
the
the
command for
right thing.
advantage. The command for advantage on Avery is ADV at the end of a D20 roll.
Ah, okay.
So hang on, let me type it out for you.
I rolled a 0 and an 18. Of course I did.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Yeah, anyone else may roll a history if they'd like. But yeah.
Mm.
Ah,
Oh, nice.
puts that command in my pocket because I forget.
Yeah, that's a good one to know. Thank you.
Okay, who's this Montgomery guy? I don't know because I rolled a 5.
Of all the things to roll a 19 on, I wasn't expecting this.
Rutine's not rolling because I don't think he would know. Not in his wildest dreams.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
But he is gonna roll hammer space.
It's too pure to know this.
You see him fishing around in his pockets, and he takes out 2 wrapped toothbrushes.
A fucking
God.
blessed.
Oh my god.
It'll be for
Oh,
later. It'll be later. Don't worry.
no.
He's just holding on to him, like, all right, what can I give this to them because they can't just have toothpaste.
Man,
Yeah, okay, Rutin and Specs, you know nothing about this Montgomery guy. I think the others will be definitely high enough though to know that a mixed Vanti Montgomery who lives in Buccaneer Bay, well-known business merchant and philanthropist, real kind, showed up in Inkwell about 20 years ago, 20, 30 years ago. No, actually, that's wrong. 15 years ago. That's correct. And they've made a bit of a reputation of themselves for being a big history buff or like an interest in like Toon culture.
Mhm.
Not who I would have thought would have ordered a raid.
Oh, please. Those who present themselves as philanthropists are never truly clean, so to speak.
True, but not the one I would have picked. So, Montgomery hired you guys to get the fancy rock.
Hmm.
And Jack's just gonna sigh and yeah.
Hmm.
Right.
Do you know where they keep it?
Maggie's gonna answer. I mean, probably in the house.
Mhm.
Makes sense.
that does make sense. Did he tell you why he wanted it?
She's just gonna look at Jack and just like sort of shrug, and Jack's gonna be like, something about having a neat history behind it. Something about keeping it out of the hands of people who might make like keeping people safe and out of the hands of people who might not use it correctly or something like that.
Interesting.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, that didn't go over well, did it?
How long ago was this?
This was back in April, right?
Yeah.
Back in April. So, do you think he still has it?
He might. They
What
might.
month is it? What month is it in game? Because I doubt it's actually.
I think it's before Animus, isn't it? So it's round
Oh
November,
god, it's
December.
before Animus?
Huh?
Something like that.
Oh.
I've lost track of when it is. It's after the after Azumi and Professor went to
Yeto, which was September.
Yeah.
yeah, and it's before a lot of the stuff that's happened this year. So it's like probably between like November, January time.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Oh,
had assumed it was
boy.
like December-ish.
We're gonna have a huge time skip in order to catch up.
Yeah. I mean, you can also just wishy-washy wave hands and say,
Yeah.
It's sometime. It's not been a year yet.
Listen, you're
Yeah.
traveling with a time traveler. We can make stuff work.
Point.
True. But yeah, anyway.
Interesting. Where would that be? Where do they have their residence?
oh, the big house up like up on the like cliff area.
Mm-hmm.
The big house.
Yeah, you know.
It's pretty noticeable.
See? See? They get it.
Well, I suppose we'll see, we'll just have to look for it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Thank you much, kids. That
Um,
was exactly what we needed.
Jack's gonna nod and you should probably know whereabouts it is. It's the like you know, the trade merchant area. The fancy.
Yeah, big house with the rich people.
Yeah, exactly. And now about that extra payment.
Mm-hmm. Now, Professor's gonna dig in his pocket and take out a handful of gold coins, but I need him to roll investigation because he has both regular coins and chocolate ones.
Nice.
Do
All
you
right.
want Azumi to help him out with that?
Yes,
Please.
please.
Oh no.
Honestly, I mean, like, if honestly, I mean, does he even really want to help him out with that?
Well, that's a good point. He doesn't need help. A 17 is enough. There's probably one chocolate coin in there.
Okay, well, I think, I will also roll for Maggie, actually.
But they can see him like picking through it, like, nope, that's candy.
Candy.
Arata has ruined this.
Incredible. Okay,
Oh,
well,
boy.
they both, yeah, can tell, like, right, chocolate coins and gold coins. So,
Right. He's trying though, like he's not trying to rip them off.
nice.
Otherwise, he would have
Yeah, keep
like
going.
done this we would have done this at like a sleight of hand and hidden it if he was trying to rip them off.
Fair enough. I think, yeah, like, Jack's gonna inspect the coins as they come across, and Maggie's immediately gonna gun for the, like, one chocolate coin still in there and stuff it in
Nice.
her mouth.
Man.
Nice.
Nice.
And, Jack, satisfied, is gonna look up and go, "You didn't hear any of this from us."
No, of course not.
If they're gonna leave soon,
Hear what
I
from
wanna
who?
also
Maggie's gonna say, and, watch out for Ed. He likes your ankles. Pecks real hard.
What?
Well, that's concerning. Before we leave, I do want to also give them like, do I still have cookies? I don't know if these cookies are still okay.
I mean,
When are they from?
you probably almost certainly have cookies because Alice will give you guys some every time she sees you.
Oh my
Mm.
god.
Oh yeah, then like I'm
Love
gonna
that
give
for
some
them.
of Alice's cookies.
Good.
Nice. Jack's gonna grab that before Maggie can stuff the whole thing in her mouth.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Both
give
of
them
you.
some of Alice's cookies and go, well, thanks for that information. You guys take care of yourselves. Take care of each other.
Yeah. Good luck with your whatever it is you're doing. I don't want to know.
Hmm.
Do
Nah,
remember
don't
to
worry about it.
remember to brush your teeth. Yeah, he gives them the 2 toothbrushes. I don't know if you need another one. It's just all of those sweets. They might not be good all the time, but I get it. Thank you.
Thanks. He's gonna take that off of Maggie as well before she puts it in her mouth.
God,
Everything
Maggie is
directly in mouth.
amazing. I love Maggie so much.
So good.
I love
I
these
love
two a
them.
lot. They're great.
Oh, I love
You're
them.
just showering them with stuff.
Anyway, it's been 2 hours, and this seems like a pretty good spot to leave it for the moment. Do we want to break?
Yes, please.
Yeah, yes,
Mm.
please.
Yeah, sure.
Alright, how long of a break do people want?
10?
10 sounds good.
Yeah, 10
Alright,
sounds good.
cool.
Good.
Then I'll see you guys at 10 past the hour.
All right.
Alright, cool. See you guys then.
Yeah.
I am back, and I have been dying because I've finally been able to look at the audience box seats.
Yeah!
Oh, I'm glad you've been enjoying this game. It has been something.
It sure has been something.
This is a delight.
Mm.
Oh,
Hello.
yeah, the message he sent you, Candle.
I saw your messages. I'm so sorry.
Candle, I cannot believe you.
It was an accident. Just like I completely forgot about Karma being from Buccaneer Bay.
Yeah, that was. Sorry to surprise you, but also it's really nice being super useful.
Yeah, I think it's really good. It's nice that Karma gets some attention.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm looking at those two avian siblings and I'm just like,
Oh, that doesn't give Specs emotions at all.
don't worry about it. Nothing to worry about here.
Yeah, sorry to be late.
Oh, good. Alright, chat, I am going to be moving back to the roll notes, so I hope you guys have fun, and I am very much living for your commentary. I will look at it again after the game. Or in our next break, depending on which one comes first. Okay, back in the right channel. Do we have everyone back now?
Yes,
Think
yes.
so.
I'm here.
Alright, cool. And everyone is ready to keep going?
Yes.
Yep.
Alright, cool. Do I want to make you guys roll survival to find the mansion? You know what? I think I will. Karma gets advantage.
Yay.
It's the same thing as like the clock tower, where it's like the biggest building. Survival, you said?
Survival.
Rutin, you're taking
Third.
Specs message to heart
Oh,
and
sweet.
looking for the largest building you can see.
Yeah.
I got a crit.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Carmen knows exactly where this is.
Yep. I mean, Karma's probably been in this area before, maybe for like illegal activities.
He's not telling.
So yeah, like I doubt that that Vanti has the only house in this area that is like a fancy house, but it being on the edge of the the cliff is probably making it unique. And since you do know the person, so you're like, yeah, okay, I know which house, who lives in which house.
Totally not cased any of these houses before.
Definitely not.
Oh, big
Karma is
house.
a law-abiding citizen. I'm sorry, I can't keep going with this.
I will say, Karma, you probably do also have this information. You don't recall anyone who has mentioned anything about stealing from Vanti Montgomery.
So there's a good chance the thing could still be here, unless it was transferred out or sold out or something.
Yeah,
Hmm.
unless Montgomery made a deal himself, this is likely endpoint.
Hmm.
Right now, I'm trying to figure out which route should we go? Should we try stealing it, or should we just try asking for it?
I'm leaving that in your hands.
Well, I'll say the two siblings, it sounded like they said that this person was like, oh, they wanted to keep it out of the wrong hands. Unless we can like really convince them that we are
The
the right hands, then we're gonna be like shit out of luck on the convincing them department.
Okay, how do we convince them that we're the right hands?
We don't. We steal it.
Okay then.
Well, we shouldn't steal.
And let Daisy stay here.
Routine. They're not
It's not
going
a-
to give it to us. It's not just it's not just a thing. And
This
that's
isn't theft. This is a rescue.
yes.
Well, that is true, but we don't know what the person is like.
Well, one of us goes and talks to him first, and if he seems like a not great guy, the rest of us can go steal it without raising suspicion, you know?
I mean, I can already make a guess at what this person is like, but sure, why not?
For the sake of Routine's consciousness.
I mean, to be fair, Routine didn't want.
Not consciousness. We're not gonna
I know,
knock him
right?
out.
Can he
I
actually
mean,
be
it's
present?
conscious. Sorry,
To-
I was like,
To be
we're
fair,
not gonna knock Routine out.
to be fair, Routine didn't want to steal from Grimwald either.
Well, if we're gonna have to get inside, we're gonna have to, suppose, come up with some sort of cover story.
Exactly. Like I said, one of us can go in and distract the guy. Well, and also
Which
maybe
one?
Keith join a bit.
Yes, Specs. I understand that. But we have to have a reason why we're visiting this person.
Well,
What did
they're
they
big
say
into
he
the
was
history.
again? A philanthropist?
Yeah, philanthropist, big into history, will always wants to know more about stuff.
History.
Does anyone want to pretend to be a history student?
Pretend.
I'm gonna nominate Professor here. I'm gonna nominate Professor and you, Specs, because you got the curiosity thing and he's got the actual know-how thing. So,
Oh,
figure
fantastic.
two of you go to the front door, do the talking bit. Arata and Azumi and I. Azumi and I can do some undercover stuff.
I'd
And
love
what
to
about
think that
Routine?
that was actually in character because, like, Karma was thinking about the fact that Rada steals things.
Oh my god.
I'm going to tell him that you mistook me for that. For
Yeah, that was. To be fair, I don't know that many real kind kids.
You know, 3.
And one of them is an actual child and not supposed to be on jobs.
Wait, you know an actual child who's wait, sorry, what?
We all do.
boy.
God, I love this party.
Alright, let's just get this over with before I get an aneurysm.
Where is
Oh,
Rutin
oh.
going?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Rutin, where are you going?
I
I mean, if you want, actually, I was thinking if you want, you can also trade places with me since I do have invisibility. And that might be good for sneaking around.
that is true.
You can't let them know that we're sneaking in the back. You got that right? You cannot let them know that we're doing this.
Exactly. So since
We're
Routine
not
is
sneaking in
ridiculously
through the
tall
back.
and very much not, I don't even know. Like I said, I do have invisibility.
That's not what I'm worried about here.
No. We're not sneaking in through the back. Who's sneaking? Azumi's rolling deception.
Oh,
God.
Okay,
Should I-
out of character,
should I
what
be
I'm
rolling
suggesting is
something?
that Routine goes with the professor. All I'm suggesting is Routine goes with the professor to be the front while the rest of us go in the back.
I know. I'm just legit. I'm afraid that Routine will blab.
we'll spill the beans.
Oh,
Which I
true,
get.
you're
I was
right,
picking
you're
up on
right.
that.
Yeah.
Should I be rolling some sort of insight? Oh, that's a 27. I'm gonna put my dice back down. I don't even know why I asked.
Azumi just says, you know what? We're not stealing. We're just staying out here.
Well, you guys go
What?
scope the place out.
While you all perform some reconnaissance.
Right.
Oh, that does make sense. You have to know where you're going before, you know.
Before you go.
We need to make sure we have escape route in case something goes wrong. Directly
Right.
looks at Pyrophyte.
Yes.
We don't talk about that.
God, I love this party.
Okay. Then I guess we are good.
Yes.
Wait, are you
Is it the
going?
same as
So will
before?
you
I
be?
just do not say anything.
Yes, you do not say anything. You let the
Okay.
professor do all the talking.
Please.
Okay.
So
Alright.
Just
yeah,
gives a thumbs up.
the three of us will do that. We'll, you know, stay out here, and you two will go in and talk to the guy.
Final question before we enact this plan. Who's taking the wand? Because I'm assuming that Rutin has it at the moment.
Yes.
Do you want
Funny
to
you
keep
mention
it,
that.
We have.
or do you want to give it to someone else at the moment?
He's gonna hold on to it if that's okay.
Yep, that's all good.
Mhm.
I just want to make sure so I am aware before we go into this place exactly where everyone is going.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it's a good idea to let him keep it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking. Like, should we have him keep it while he's also going to talk to the guy we're kind of
Wait.
stealing from?
I have a reason.
Mm.
Professor turns to Routine and he says, well, this person did hire somebody to steal the jewel. We wouldn't want them to catch on that we have. Excuse me. No, we have a precious gem as well. It might be better to leave it with the rest of them out here while we go in and talk to them.
We're keeping Rutin so out of the loop.
Because we don't want them to try and take it from us. Because they've been known to steal.
Okay.
We'll come back out. And then you can hold it again. But
You
while
mind if
we're
I
in
roll some
there,
insight? Not just for that, but like I'm just trying to read the vibe of everybody here.
you can.
Yeah.
But could I roll? Should I roll perception or persuasion or deception?
Up to you. I will let you roll either, honestly, because this is both a deception and a persuasion, really.
Yeah, I'll roll a persuasion. because that's better. That's 27.
Holy shit.
Oh,
I'm
God.
sorry. It's my highest stat.
You know,
Love that
that's
you,
for good
actually.
reason.
Yeah. No.
I mean, the 18's probably enough to get the, like, probably a good reading on the party, even if, like, you're not able to figure out exactly the leaving you.
hmm
Something's going on.
Azumi, I don't know. It's like Azumi does agree that it would be safer to keep the wand out of the
The place.
like direct line of sight of this dude.
Yeah.
So like at the very least there's that.
Right, that's
We can
legit.
put it in one of our hammer spaces. No one needs to know.
Right, but Routine doesn't think you guys are even coming.
Yeah.
You know, I think I get it now.
Hmm?
I think I know. Spix, why don't you go with Professor? You two scope the place, and I sit this one out. That way, the wand doesn't even come close to the place.
Sweats.
We
I mean,
we
you
needed
still think that the rest of the party is not going near the place at the moment.
Oh,
Right. And out of character, like, well, not out of character, but like, Professor wants the others to have it so that they can track where Daisy is.
makes sense.
Hmm.
Uh.
Hmm.
So,
But
I mean, we certainly don't trust this person. Like, they stole this item.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to
Hey.
be careful.
They would say they acquired it by less than legal means.
Please.
Well,
Well, at least they
We
admit
all
to the
know
less
what
than
that
legal
means.
stuff.
let me ask Teddy. He pulls out Teddy.
Oh, God.
Oh God.
He's gonna turn around.
Ooh.
He's gonna try to talk, but he's actually gonna be reaching in his pocket and asking Daisy
Aw.
what they think about it.
Aw. Okay, let
Because
me.
he's been meaning to ask.
Let us steal. Daisy, let us steal. Let us commit crimes.
Okay. So yep, they can
Good connection.
communicate pretty good at the moment. It is just Russian friend. What? You okay?
Eh. And he's whispering, but you can hear him. I mean, I don't know if the others can hear him. He's trying not to say anything important, because he's pretending to talk to
Perception.
Teddy. But
right. You also, like, didn't move away or do anything. You're kind of just turned around.
he's dumb.
Make sure you're tall, but like also.
Assuming he
Also
has a
a
passive perception of 25.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that.
I mean, to be fair, none of you can hear Daisy because none of you are holding
Correct.
Daisy. But
Yeah.
like they will be able to hear everything that Rutin's saying, even if they can't see who he's talking to.
Yeah.
Well, all you hear is a bunch of nonsense, it seems.
Well, what
He's
language?
Thank you.
He's focusing more on talking in his head, which is very difficult for him to do. So you just hear gibberish on the outside while he's talking to Daisy on the inside.
Oh.
Well, I have no clue what he's talking about. Anyway,
In his head, though, Routine is going, I don't know what to do. I mean, I just feel kind of bad. I like being with you. I don't know. Can you see where you are? Are you in this person's house? Have you been following? Because I have not been following.
Okay. I need to roll.
A lot of questions.
Yeah, okay. They're following mostly in the you get the responsive.
I like being with you too. Yeah, I think I'm close. I feel close. Am I in the house? I guess so. I think so.
Okay. All right. I think. Hold on. I'm gonna have to make a decision. All right, let me roll a d2 for this because it's on the fence a bit. Okay, cool. So he just kind of he goes, all right, so this must be the right place, more or less. All right. But if you feel okay with this, Daisy, then we can go ahead.
Okay. I trust you, Rutin friend.
Okay. He's gonna turn back around.
Mm?
Okay, I've come to a decision. Now, everyone, please be honest with me. Are we trying to steal?
silence.
We're trying to
Absolute
rescue
silence.
Daisy.
And that is what I thought. Specs, you go with Professor. I go with the other two to rescue Daisy.
Okay, I guess.
Okay.
Let me just put invisibility on you guys then. For extra stealth.
Yeah, I'm just thinking these two probably don't need it. Just in case.
Advantage is
Just in
nice.
case, it's like extra stuff. Like, do I want to cast invisibility on all three of you?
I mean, Routine's gonna
just-
need it.
Yeah, hit routine for sure. I just hit Azumi, honestly.
Azumi has a +6.
I got a
Plus
+9.
7, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd hit Azumi.
So just two of you?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I don't know if I want. Like, I have one 4th level spell slot, so I can hit all three of you. It's just,
You don't.
you know.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't need it.
Yeah, okay. So I hit both Azumi and Rutin, and then both of you are now invisible. You are now see-through.
Alright, let's get to it.
Okay, this is a rescue.
Fantastic.
This is a rescue.
All right. I guess we're doing this. So we're splitting the party.
Terrifying.
You guys, like, well, all right. I guess it doesn't really matter. Too much where you're doing this discussion, whether it was along the way or like kind of outside the house. Like street area.
Probably
I
tucked
think it was
into
probably
a nut.
along like it was probably along the way and also tucked into a nook because I don't think we want to talk about our plans right outside this guy's house.
Right.
Yep. All right.
Yes.
Yep. So, if you guys have the plan, then I guess I'll describe the house to you, or at least what you can see
Yeah.
from the outside, which is, I mean, I don't have like a really great description other than it's a fancy looking mansion. It's
Mm.
yeah, it's at the end of the like the road, right up at the top of the cliff. You have a pretty good view of the ocean. Probably don't want to try and go for a swim because there is still a drop to it. There I mean, like, the house looks pretty normal. It is very big. Um it's um it's 3 stories tall and it has a little tower off the side. There's like a gate to the like for the entrance sort of thing, and then like a pathway leading up to the front of the house. Yeah, that's what you guys get.
Uh, Professor is just going to um straighten his coat and his hat and start marching up to the front door.
Yep. Okay. Well, the gate that's between you and the front door is not locked.
Mm-hmm.
But the front door is.
Okay, he's going to knock.
Is there a knocker? Like a huge knocker?
Oh, yes, there is.
Oh,
Specs looks at the professor, it's like, can I please?
yes, go ahead.
It's gonna go ham on this thing.
Uh-oh.
Fucking love that for him, actually.
Fantastic.
Like, knock, knock, knock.
All right. Would you guys both like to roll me a perception?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's,
Oops,
yeah.
I put it in wrong. Give me a second.
And
Okay.
8. Wonderful. This is yeah, maybe it was a good idea. I wasn't part of the stealth team.
That's fantastic. Okay. Specs, you're having way too much fun with the knocker. Professor.
I never see a knocker anymore. This is like a knocker. They have an actual thing for it.
Professor, you will hear from the other side of the door, like, as soon as the knocking begins, there is, like, this sort of, like, cluck, and then, like, scrabbling at, like, the outside, like, on the other side of the door.
Uh-oh.
And, but the door doesn't open. And then you can sort of hear like footsteps from further in the house, like coming closer, and the scratching stops, and then the door opens, and you guys will be greeted by I have 2 images here.
Ooh.
Yes. Yes.
Pizza?
All right, hold on a second.
Nice.
Huh?
Yep, this is Professor rolled a good enough on the history, so this is Mix Vanty Montgomery.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Nice.
And under their arm is, hold on, where are you?
So
Yes,
Ah, yes.
the
What?
rooster.
The
Hasn't loaded for
rooster.
me. It's a rooster? Wait, it hasn't loaded for me.
It's a
Yes,
rooster.
it's a
It's
rooster.
just
Yes.
a
Very pretty, red gold, black tail feathers.
Yeah.
tis a photo of a rooster.
Yep.
It's just a rooster.
Yeah.
It's a rooster, and it is glaring at the two of you, but can't do anything because it's stuffed under the arm of the person who answered the door, and they're like, well, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Good day.
Hello.
Now I have to come up with a lie.
About history.
Or
Can we
alternatively.
agree before? Can we agree that before this we said we wouldn't use our actual names just in case?
Oh, dude, yeah. Except the professor's going to use his actual name.
Okay.
It's just professor. That could be anybody.
Right. Right? Yeah. So let me think. Okay. Hello. I'm the professor, and I was wondering if I might speak to you about a particular item that you may have as part of your collection. I happen to be a professor of history, truth, and I've been particularly interested in the history of steckies recently, truth. And oh, I don't know if he's going to say that. And I heard that you you have in your collection a rather prestigious artifact.
Yeah, they're gonna raise their eyebrows at that, and huh, well, I see. Yes, I suppose you can come in. I always love having visitors. I would be very curious as to who you found that information out about. I don't tend to release that sort of information to the public too much, but I do enjoy talking with people who have an interest similar to mine.
Mm-hmm. She letting them in?
Cool.
Yep.
Cool.
Very nice. Yeah, they'll go in.
Mm-mm.
Am I frozen? Nope. Okay, cool. Sorry,
I'm
just
curious,
trying
are
to
the
give
others...
you guys a map.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm curious
Okay.
if the others are following or if they're going to come in a different way.
I mean, if we all try to go in at the same time, that would be a very short window of opportunity.
Yeah.
You can try if you want. I'm not going to stop you, but that's completely up to you guys.
It doesn't sound like a good plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, you're the rogues.
Yeah. I think Azumi's gonna want to try and get in through the back.
All right.
Is there a back?
It looks like there's a back entrance at least.
Hmm.
Or window.
at least windows back there.
You just crash a window. Crash through the window.
You
What's
got
the
two
difference?
rogues.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, who do we want to follow first?
It's up to you.
I don't mind too much. How about we start with the party that's gone into the house, and then we can cut back to the stealth party.
Okay.
Okay.
So Specs and Professor, you're led into well, you're led through a little foyer area, and then you're led into like a very grand entrance hall. There are two like staircases with like deep blue carpet trailing up them, and there's like a bunch of things like paintings and statues and stuff sort of lining the walls. It looks very fancy. There's like a couple of chairs along the side as well, that kind of thing. And I
Wait.
yeah, I think they're gonna turn back to you and so can I offer you anything to eat? Do you want to sit? Where would you like to discuss this?
Oh, wherever you like.
This is very fancy. I have to admit.
Yeah, they're gonna smile at that and oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I spent a lot of time making sure that the place looks as nice as it does.
I'm sorry, I just had like one very ridiculous idea because Specs is very much under the mindset it's like we gotta be like careful again, like protect our identities. So it's like I'm thinking Specs is wearing like the glasses, mustache, nose disguise,
Oh my goodness.
Fantastic. All right.
but it's on their hat because that's where they put the glasses.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Alright, I need to look at the map, see where they would most likely take you guys to have a chat.
Mhm. Yeah, at this point, Professor doesn't know one room from another, so he doesn't really have a preference.
Okay. You know what? That will work. They're going to gesture to the two of you, and well, first of all, they're going to put the chicken down and sort of like gently push it with their foot back into like the house area and away from you two when it looks like it's gonna go for you. And with a now none of that, and go run off. And is going to gesture and lead you guys up one of the staircases. And to the room at the top of that, so the sort of the hexagon sort of
Rectangle?
shape at the top.
Hexagon? Oh,
Yeah.
that bit.
Yeah.
The like literally at the top of the map.
Yes. That's
Okay.
on the second floor, which is the dining room.
Got it.
Okay, got it. Man.
I will also say, like, it's a very big room. It's got a very long table there. And it's got glass windows all the way around the sides, which gives you a really lovely view of the ocean.
Ooh.
Oh, the ocean looks really pretty from up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? So, Professor, and I'm afraid I never got your name, dear.
Yes, my name's Orion Skeps.
I see. Well, Professor Orion. Lovely to meet history enthusiasts.
Hmm.
Do tell me more about what it is that you're interested about.
Right. So as I said, I've been studying the history of Stekkies, and naturally, I came across one of their most popular fairy tales, the one of the Jewel of Bellis. And I eventually, I was intrigued enough to make my way over there and see what I could find about it. And as it turns out, it was rumored to have existed in some of these ruins there. But and the ruins were said to be cursed, possibly because of the jewel, but there was some interesting happenings that led me to believe that the jewel had actually been removed from the ruins. And I was able to track it to a Mr. Lee Grimwald of the GM Corporation. But then, as it happened, I was before I could ask him about it. It turned out that he had lost it. So then I at this point I was just intrigued because this artifact had just has seemingly completely gone missing, and I was curious, whether it had something to do with the legend behind it, or if it was just, somebody going about taking it because, it was a big shiny rock and people like that sort of thing.
Indeed.
And eventually, I was able to ascertain that it had made landfall at some point in Einquell.
Sorry, I'm just thinking. Indeed. Fascinating tale. I admit, I've never actually been to Stacky's myself, so I'm very curious about the place, of course. It's just business makes it difficult to travel sometimes. But it sounds
Understandable.
It sure sounds like you have quite a keen interest in this jewel. To go to such lengths to investigate it.
Oh, well,
Purely
us
academic, I'm
types.
sure.
He had just said, like, us academic types, we get we get something stuck in our minds, and it's all we can focus on for years.
Yes, quite. I'm going to have them roll an insight.
Sure.
Oh boy.
And I'm gonna roll an insight on her because she says she'd never been to Steckies, and that sounds suspect to me. Well, that's a 6.
By the way,
Can I also roll insight then?
yeah, you guys are more than welcome to roll anything you guys want, do just let
Mhm.
me know. I will not be giving you information unless you roll for things.
16.
Okay.
16 for insight.
Okay. I'm sorry, Professor, you get nothing with that 6. This is,
No.
I mean, you know the type. You think.
Yeah.
Specs. They are acting pretty casual, but they are a lot more invested in this conversation than they're currently letting on, and they are definitely probing for intentions right now.
You gotta be careful. Gotta be extra sneaky.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did they get with the 17 in insight?
17, huh? Well, he's not lying, because he's not. Um,
Yeah.
Everything he's said is technically true. And he does have, a genuine curiosity about, the Jewel of Bellis. Um, and, he does seem the sort, to just spend a lot of time searching for something because it's just some passing whim of his. Um, but um, uh, he huh um let's see, what are you able to get? He's um it is with a 17. I think you could probably get that he has some sort of um motive that uh might be more than just conversational information gathering. Um, but what it is exactly, uh, I'm not sure is very clear. Uh, he doesn't really look like he doesn't look like uh a competing sort of like merchant sort of type or noble or anything like that. And he doesn't look like a common thief, but he might be a sort of this belongs in a museum and I'm going to get it there sort of type.
Yeah.
Right.
I feel like that's that might be a vibe um that would line up best with what he's said and what he uh his general sort of appearance and vibe.
Okay, fair enough. I will also mention something else that you can get from Vanti is Specs is they're not lying about having been to Stackies. They haven't actually been there.
Okay.
Um,
I haven't actually been to Stacky's, but it's definitely like suspicious of us, trying to gauge like us.
yeah, yeah. Also, yeah, I think that's all that you get.
Okay then.
So yeah, they're going to they do pause like to do that sort of like insight kind of thing a little bit, just sort of taking in what you've said, and yes, it is quite an interesting artifact, isn't it? I'm curious what your opinions on. There are so many about it. Surely you must have opinions on what is real and what isn't.
Certainly. Well, let's see. It was supposed to have been a gift to one of the ancient kings. That I think is perfectly plausible. Um, let's see. Whether it granted uh, power enough to uh, essentially um, uh, raise this kingdom to uh, a position where it uh, ended up having a lot of enemies. That that may be so, but it's unclear if the power is something literal, something magical, or merely the prestige of um, uh, owning um, such an item. I mean, people certainly have gone to war over
Said item.
well, yes, over that, but also just things that turned out to really just be trinkets with a lot of belief behind them. I mean, it's really hard to say one way or the other. What was motivating people exactly, since it happened so long ago. That said, it is said to have been cursed.
Yes.
Just dangerous, I think.
That is definitely one interpretation that has been out there about it. Though how many people believe it tends to vary. I suppose there is the camp that believe it brings nothing but curses, and the camp that believes it has plenty of benefits. I'm sure you're aware of the tales about its wish granting ability. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, if it truly is if it has the powers it's rumored to have, then I don't see why both can't be true. One person's wish is another person's curse, after all.
Very true. My take on that is a little bit more similar, but a little bit more. What's the word? Debatable. It seems from what I have researched that none of the wishes seem to be to the benefit of the people who make them in the end.
I see.
How so?
Well, again, speculation and all that. But if you have a look at the stories, you can see that the common thread is that even those who aren't don't cause catastrophic destruction on immediate retrieval of the item, their wishes don't tend to come to a happy conclusion in any of the case, regardless of how far in the future that may be, or what the wish is, really.
Interesting. Do you know of any specific examples? That is one thing I've not been able to find is much historical material to that effect.
Oh, I would be surprised if you could. information is fairly scarce since, I mean, the sources are so old and a lot of that information has disappeared. But I suppose the best example is, well, King Balthazar themselves, since um, it's certainly rumored that their biggest wish was the prosperity of their kingdom, and, well, I'm sure you know the outcome of that.
Out of
Yes.
character, do we know the outcome of it?
Oh.
The city was destroyed
Yeah, the city was destroyed, but
because somebody tried to kill the king, and Daisy wasn't able to stop it, and they got so mad that they just blew the whole thing up.
Yep.
Oh right, that.
Yeah.
Prosperous enough to make enemies.
Yeah. Yeah, it backfired, essentially.
Pretty badly.
Yeah.
I
Um,
Yes, there was that. Although I'm not sure. Well, if he wished for prosperity. Oh.
Yes, it really is quite the tragedy. But in some ways, that makes it even more worth preserving.
What, the item itself or the history?
Can't see why not both.
Well, I suppose.
And yourself? I suppose from that answer you have a different opinion.
Uh, I've confused myself because I think I just worded that poorly. And I don't think that was my intention. Oh.
Okay,
Well,
that's fine. If you want, we can go back a little bit. You can reword that.
Right. So the question was, oh, don't you think it's worth preserving? And he goes, the history or the item itself. And she says, why not both? Oh, okay. So yeah, I think he just shrugs and goes like, well, I think the history is a bit more important than the artifact itself. But if it can be preserved, then all the better, as long as people can't abuse its power as much as it actually has in practice.
Yes, quite. It is definitely not the sort of thing that should end up in the wrong hands.
No, that I agree with.
Yes, it doesn't sound like a really good thing to end up in the wrong hands at all.
No, and as a matter of fact, well, let's say I'm glad that Mr. Grimwald no longer has his hands on it.
Interesting.
From what I've heard about Grimald, it seems like he would have made the same mistake as King Balthasar. I'm pretty sure he wished for his place for, what was it, Stackies to be prosperous too?
Perhaps. I don't know if he directly wished it, but he did. That was something he claimed to desire, certainly.
I do not know this Grimald that you're speaking of, but it does not surprise me that the owner or one of the previous possessors of this item was interested in the sort. So, if I may be frank, what exactly are your intentions with it?
Oh, well, I wanted to see if I could ascertain whether you had it or not, and if possible, ask to see it myself, because I admit I am curious as to its actual properties.
I see. And that is all you want?
Basically.
Hmm.
I might roll
I mean,
another
I don't.
insight.
Me personally, I have no interest in making any wishes of the sort, since at this point I think there's a whole bunch of stories about how making wishes with dangerous artifacts can go horribly wrong. Prime example, the monkey's paw. We all know about that.
Well, that is a very good point.
Oh, yes. Yeah, definitely do not want
Just so
to
you
mess
know,
with one of
Specs is
those.
completely being like Specs is completely true about I'm not planning on making any wishes, man. I've seen too many like wishes go wrong stories. Midas touch, monkey's paw. Oh my god.
Oh yeah,
Fair enough.
Professor is also on board with that.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, I mean, that was an insight, so I'm happy to take that. They seem satisfied with that response. I'm just trying to figure out, God, should I be mean? Or nice?
Flip a coin.
I know, roll
Yep,
for it.
alright. This is me, the DM, your DM, deciding this.
Oh boy. I mean, I'd rather you be nice, but okay.
Mean is fun.
Yeah, I think,
Fuck you mean.
I think what you're going to get is, well, normally I wouldn't see the harm in such, but that might be a bit of an issue at the moment. And with that, we're going to cut to the other group.
Oh no! Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
oh boy.
All right, so group 2, the stealth group. What you guys up to right now?
Sneaking, I assume.
All right. Would you guys like to roll me stealth?
Yes.
Yeah.
And since some of us are we get
Advantage?
advantage. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's advantage.
I have advantage anyway, just because I have boots. So I'm sneaky.
Nice.
Sneaky. 29.
Oh my god, that's a nat 20.
Sneaky lizard.
So the better roll was a
God.
24.
Yeah, 24. All right.
Wait, what's my stealth mod? Uh-oh, where's it? Okay, it's not as bad as I thought, surprisingly. And don't mess this up.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Now that is with the advantage, because the other one I rolled was a 14.
Fair enough. Okay. Um.
I do want to ask though.
Hmm.
Routine still wants to remain kind of in connection with Daisy, if that is okay.
That's fine. Yep, that's more than
He's
fine.
gonna do this like a tracking thing. He's like, all right, give us directions maybe if you have any.
Yeah, I will roll off of that 14 survival that I rolled for Daisy before, so you guys will be getting like like an arrow pointer sort of like is this way kind of thing, like
You're getting hot. You're getting
hot,
warmer. You're getting
colder,
warmer. Oh, you're
colder.
getting colder. Just kidding.
yeah. So whereabouts are you guys sneaking? And I can give you more information as you go.
I was just thinking straight from the back, but like if that room that the professor and Specs are in is on the second floor, we just go in through the first.
I gotta ask, because this is Karma, and he has definitely cased the joint before. Where would you suggest someone go?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will roll off of your rolls. For this guy. Before. So, you have. You know that. Montgomery holds a lot of. Like. Historical items, magical objects, cursed magical objects in their house. You believe that they're separated into categories and that they're in different wings of the house. You don't know which wings hold which objects. You are aware that there is the front door at the front and a back door at the back that seems to lead to the kitchen. And there are windows along the sides, but they are most likely alarmed.
Okay. Door's the best bet.
Which door? I mean, they're both. I mean,
Oh, no, I said back door is probably the best bet. At
Yep.
least it's a little further away from the chicken.
yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
you
the
don't
chicken.
know. The chicken is currently somewhere on the first floor.
It's there. It's always watching. The chicken.
Chickens.
The chicken's name, by the way, is Eduardo Gertrude.
Good.
Amazing.
Oh my god.
Love that actually.
That is actually good. Oh god. I have secondhand enmity for this chicken. No, I had a chicken named Pitbull once, and he was the worst thing in the world. Like, seriously. We named him Pitbull because he would bite and hang on.
Oh yeah, that
Oh,
sounds
we're,
like
like, I
Eduardo.
don't know where the
So-
idea that chickens are cowards came from.
No, that guy was oof.
Real piece of work.
But yes, we want to avoid Eduardo because, yeesh.
Chickens are scary.
Yeah. Okay. Out of curiosity, which way around the house are you going? Left or right?
Should we flip a coin?
The back looks over the coast, or is it one of the sides
yeah,
that looks
back
over
looks
the
over
cliff?
the coast.
Okay. Probably whichever one is closer to town, I guess.
You know, I have no idea which way that is, so I'm gonna flip a coin.
Well, probably the opposite side of the sea, right?
Well, yes,
Well, yeah, that's
the front.
It's like one side
Got
is
directions.
catacornered on the coast, and the other is catacornered on the town.
Hmm. Just thinking from. Yeah, I'm gonna roll a d2 and I can tell you which one is, like, closer to, like, the harbor, I guess. Alright, 1 is, the left side, 2 is the right side. Alright, the left side is closer to town. From the front, facing the front. On the
Okay.
map.
I'm gonna suggest going that direction. So, around the left.
Cool. As you're walking around, Rutin Daisy is able to tell you that, the, I am located in front of you, I am located to the right of you, I am located behind you. They seem to be in the house.
Uh-oh. It's like,
Beautiful.
Okay, so you guys are at the back doors. There's not much of a like garden or anything because it is, like, fairly close to the edge of the cliff, but there is, like, a little bit of a, like, little bit of an area back there. I think most of it was in the front of the house, and the sides a bit more. But there is there is a door at the back and some windows that look into a kitchen. Yep.
Oh boy.
Okay. Let's see about a door.
What crimes will they commit?
So
So,
the back door is very easy to see. You can see it.
is it? Are there any obvious alarms or anything on it?
I don't know. Why don't you roll for me?
Let's roll an investigation.
Okay. Please, one of you guys be better at this than Karma.
Investigation? Oh, I'm not
You're
very good at
the
that.
detective. I got you, homie.
Oh my god. Yeah, I
Thank
hope so.
God.
Or hero.
Good, because Rutin was just focusing on maintaining that connection. Because he got
That's good.
he's
Love
distracted
it.
by
Oh
whatever
my
plants are
God.
back here.
Um, I mean, yeah, Karma and Rutin, it's a door. You don't even know if it's locked. Azumi, you can't see any signs of any sort of, like, alarms or anything. It is locked, but it seems to be a pretty standard, just, like, house door lock kind of thing.
Alright, standard lock. Kamo, do you want to crack at it?
Yeah. And I'm trying to remember because I don't do this very much. That's what? Dex plus proficiency?
Yeah. Sleight of hand
Okay.
plus proficiency, I believe.
Okay, so 6 plus. Okay, so it's still 9. $15.
Yeah, that will definitely do it. Yep, the door clicks open. The lock opens with a click, and yeah, the door is open.
Okay.
Before we go
Right.
in, I can't hear Daisy in my head, so they might be able to tell us where they are in the house.
In that case, point us, Rutin.
Okay.
It's okay. We're going to get them out of here.
We are. We can do this. He's saying that word to himself.
Yeah. All right. So Rutin, when you guys enter the kitchen, Daisy is telling you that they are forward and left of where you currently are. So facing on the map, that would be down and to the right somewhere.
Into the right.
You also get that it is probably on this floor.
The first floor?
Yep.
Neat. All right, first floor. To the right. I'm trying to visualize. Where are we again?
We're in the big room with the two cut off corners.
Yes.
Oh, we're in the
And-
hexagon thing.
Yeah, that's the kitchen. Your friends are above you in the dining room. And the entrance
so
hall
is
is
it-
in front of you.
Makes sense. So is it like closer to the side with the tower or the other way?
The side with the tower, that's the side that you're getting the direction from.
Oh, cool. Okay. Just have a frame of reference.
Mhm. It's
It
not
looks
And
like
he's just
coming from the tower area, though. It seems to be coming from like that general area, like the larger area, in the same like side as of the house.
yeah. I just wanted to know the side. So he kind of just makes a pointy motion, like, yeah, it's gonna be somewhere this way. But he also just kind of like shakes his hand, like, somewhere around there.
Yep, fair enough. Alright, what are you guys doing?
Gonna stealth our way over there.
yeah. Sneakity sneak.
Alright, let me just bring up my map again. Okay, so you guys will leave the kitchen. Right. Yeah, I'm guessing. So there are three exits off of the kitchen into the house. Two of them are hallways on your left and right, and one of them is will lead you into the entrance hall.
Right.
Which way would you guys like to go, knowing what you do about the direction that Daisy is pointing you in?
So we don't see the map. So realistically, we would probably try the hallway to the left first.
Okay. Well, you guys are in a hallway. There sure is a window here. Anything else? You gotta roll me. There's a door at the end of the hallway. You can't see any other doors.
Perception? Is that investigation? I don't know what to roll.
I was rolling perception because we're in a new area, so.
Fair.
Yep.
Perception. Oh, that's not bad.
Dang. Rutin.
He's on it this time.
Nice.
Dang.
Wow, those are very good rolls.
We're suspicious of this hallway.
Don't be suspicious. Don't
Squinty
be
Muppet.
suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
I mean, okay. I need to roll something.
Okay.
Is the chicken here?
Thankfully for you guys, the 8 that I rolled before was perception for the chicken.
Thank God.
You're fine
For now.
for now.
The wrong thing. Sorry, don't worry about that.
Okay. All right. Don't worry about the. I'm not actually taking the actual of the roll. I just wanted to get it for Yeah. So I'm gonna give this to Rutin. So first of all, Daisy is telling you that they are now to your right, so down on the map, not in the hallway. But you do find a secret door.
Secret tunnel?
Oh,
Secret tunnel.
secret tunnel.
There's a secret door.
Congratulations.
We found the secret door.
Yep.
And Rutin waves his hand a little bit like, huh, I found it. I found a door.
All right. So, go creak that door open, I guess.
Yep. Beyond this, you guys have found the cursed magical objects wing. So, this area
It's easy.
is full of glass cases and things of a whole bunch of magical objects. You guys don't know that this is the cursed magical objects wing though. You just know that it's full of a lot of artifacts in glass cages, in glass containers. Most of it is in glass containers. There are some doors off of it into little rooms and stuff, but and some of the stuff isn't in a container. Yeah, what would you like to do?
Look through it alphabetically. Look through it alphabetically.
Alphabetically
You
would
just hear-
work, but also Rutin, Daisy, hot, cold.
Oh yeah, true, that too.
All right, so we're in this wing, and it's got a bunch of different items and stuff.
Yep.
Nice.
Alright. Yeah. And yeah, you want to navigate to where Daisy is? I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay.
How big is this room, though? Is it really big?
I mean,
it's that room.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Let's see. Each of the squares is 5 feet, so
Neat. Okay. Before we go anywhere.
Yep.
Routine. I'm gonna have him cast his new spell. I'm very proud of this.
Oh.
Ooh.
He's gonna cast Find Traps.
Whoa!
He knows how to
Okay.
look for traps now.
Interesting. Can you put the description of the spell for me, because that will depend on what you get.
Okay.
Everything is trapped.
So, I mean, it's got 120-foot range, so that should cover pretty much the whole room.
Okay.
It's line of sight, so.
Yeah, okay. For this, the purpose of the spell includes anything that would inflict a sudden or unexpected effect you consider harmful or undesirable, which was specifically intended as such by its creator. Okay. Thus, the spell would sense an area affected by the alarm spell, a glyph of warding, or a mechanical pit trap, but it would not reveal a natural weakness in the floor or unstable ceiling or a hidden sinkhole. Ha! Alright, well, range 120 feet. Ooh, okay, interesting. Very well, okay. Would you like to roll me an intelligence?
Oh no. Yes, but oh no.
Not an intelligence save, an intelligence.
Well, no, my save's better than my rank.
Alright, well, you can
Why-
roll an intelligence save then, yes. I want to see how well
My
you're doing
save's-
passing this information you're about to get.
Oh, I see.
Oh boy.
Okay. That's not the worst. Not great.
What was it?
Well, thank goodness it's a save. I got a 13.
Alright, I mean, that's enough. You know what, I'm feeling like being a little bit nice. A little bit nice.
A little.
Okay,
Just
That's a treat.
little.
Rutin. Everything in this room is a trap.
You see him just
Everything.
stop.
I mean, it's not necessarily a trap, but it is a room full of cursed magical objects. They all register as traps.
Things that were
Ah.
made to cause harm.
That is
Oh
true.
boy.
Oh no!
I will also give you 2 extra pieces of information.
Mhm.
There is supposedly a trap in the entrance hall, and one upstairs in the dining room.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I really like that info, but I don't think you would know that because it's line of sight.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
A range within line of sight. Alright, you don't have that information.
Well, we know it though.
Oh, yeah,
Listen,
also
I would
the
love the info, but
the windows are also trapped.
Everything
Hey,
is
good
crap.
thing we picked the door.
he just stands stock still for a moment.
Everything is just a nightmare.
I don't mean to be alarming, but everything here is trap.
Well,
It's
now we know that.
it's the locked ward of a collector. Of course, it's all trapped.
No,
There's gonna be alarms 6 ways from Sunday, if
Yeah.
Sunday exists here.
no, but everything gestures to all the items. Also trap.
Oh,
The items are designed to harm and kill us. Fantastic.
don't touch anything. Got it.
Also, Windows have alarm.
Glad we went in through the door.
Alright.
Now we can figure out where Daisy is.
Yeah, unless anyone wants to do anything else, we can continue closer to where Daisy is. And I have some more art for you.
What?
What?
Art.
Art.
Oh,
I have
art.
more
Okay.
art for
Oh.
you.
Oh, I see. Sorry,
Art.
my audio comprehension.
All good. Yeah, the wand will lead you sort of into a bit of the center of the room. And there you will see this.
We see a giant chicken.
No.
Oh,
Oh. Well, that sure looks like a fancy jewel.
That sure does look like a jewel. Ponder the orb.
yes.
Can Azumi's not going to like touch it outright. He does want to roll investigation to see if like there is anything, like if he took it, would it set anything off?
A normal trap.
Probably.
Yeah, go for it.
Is this it? Is this the jewel we've been looking for?
In fact, Rutin asks Daisy, is this you? Can you see us?
Yeah, you get a.
Hi, I can see you.
Hmm.
Happy noises.
Yo. Okay. Azumi. That was an investigation, right?
That was an investigation to look for like actual physical traps, like regular traps, not like cursed item traps.
Okay. Alright. Alright. On the jewel itself, no. There is nothing stopping you from, like, taking it.
Like, what about the pedestal itself?
So okay, the pedestal itself does have an alarm on it. So yeah, there is that. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. Like, it does have like an alarm. It's not a very high level one. But it does have an alarm on it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what
Is
you
it
get.
is it like a pressure thing? Do we got Indiana Jones this?
No,
Sorry,
no.
not Indiana Jones. What's the Indiana Jones equivalent in Toon? I call
Oh no.
Nobody
There is.
touched.
There are no.
Nobody touched the jewel.
There are no. There are no traps, quote unquote, on the stand. It's just a standard alarm. On it. You know, like, on most things, you know, it would set off an alarm if it was removed, kind of thing. But yeah, it's a very, very
Is this also
standard
encased in
alarm.
glass?
Yes, it's also encased in glass.
I see.
Alright. Is there a way that I could probably roll Thieves' Tool to disable that alarm?
Oh yes, 100%.
Okay, cool. Azumi's gonna give it a shot. I think he's actually
this
gonna send
feels
Huh?
this feels too easy. Why would this thing that's extremely dangerous be like out in the open with like one alarm?
All the cursed items around.
All the cursed items are
This
here.
This is absolutely a trap, but at this point, we're gonna spring it anyway.
Yeah,
There.
our brain cell is upstairs.
Yeah.
Your brain cells are upstairs.
Yeah, Azumi's gonna try and disable the alarm. I believe that's Thieves' Tool, so he has proficiency with that.
Yep, that's fine. I mean, the
Man, Rutine's
others
so
of you
excited.
can roll other things if you want. I'm not gonna stop you.
Hey, Azumi, how does it feel to do the exact same thing as a spirit rogue?
He's fine with it. I would like to remind you that one of the major plot points of Persona 5 is that he pretended to be on their side to get their
Yeah,
trust.
I'm aware, but like you're doing it without them here, so
He's
doing
gonna
it
rub it in
completely
he's gonna
under
roll
the
it in
The
Ron's
cord.
face later, so
You've been
don't worry about it.
corrupted.
Hmm?
Oh, okay. Yep, no, that's enough. You disable the alarm. What's that for, Wick?
It's it's actually an insight on the jewel and by extension Daisy. He just wants to make sure Daisy's been okay, and if the jewel is actually all right, it hasn't suffered any I mean, probably no damage. If it's been taken care of, if Daisy's okay.
Yeah, alright,
Aw.
fair enough. I'm gonna, yeah, I mean, it looks fine. It looks like it's in perfect condition. It's sort of like glowing, bunch of, like the colors within it, they shift and move around, and it glows from the inside and like scatters colors all around where you guys are. It's very pretty. And since you guys have sort of arrived near it, it's sort of like the glowing has sort of like the colors have sort of sped up a little bit, like in excitement.
Oh.
You could hear Routine. Well, Routine's asking all the questions in his head, but he's like, "Are you okay? Are we able to hold you? Where do we go? How are you doing?" All these questions are just bouncing around. He's excited.
Oh, cute. Hold on.
Babies.
My can you get yeah, okay, my Discord froze for a moment. That's very cute. I need to roll, see how the connection's going. Actually,
Would you roll with advantage considering you're actually holding her?
um
We
Well, he
have not
hasn't
picked her up
removed the
yet.
case yet.
yeah,
we
you
haven't picked
haven't
it up yet, but we are like 5 feet
yeah, though
or
actually
less.
5 feet apart.
considering the fact that you've kept the connection open with Daisy, so I will say they are able to answer with the you just get a like excited hi friends, hi friends, hi friends. It's just like excited.
Oh.
The just they're rambling a little bit like back at you, Routine. Just the I'm good. This is lots of fun. This is the most exciting it's been ages, and you guys are good. You got in here very fast. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you dealt with the other objects as fast.
The other objects?
Object.
Yeah. You know, the deck chair of hate and its friends.
The deck chair of hate?
Wait, are they in this room too? Are there?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, they're right over there. But you can't see anything. Because they're
do they have
pointing,
any-
but they'll... you can't see them.
He's keeping his eyes just focused on the jewel, but he's thinking like, so that's right. All of the items in here, they're like, are they like you?
Sorta yes, sorta no. I believe this place is for the cursed objects, so, like, some of them have sentience, but they're actually objects, not people in objects, I don't think. They're not very friendly, most of them.
Well, that is a shame. It'd be good to have more friends.
Yeah, I like making friends.
Me too.
Oh.
Yep.
The texture of hate.
Okay, but the deck chair of hate. Let's circling back to that thing. What?
You're not here.
No, but out of character. Excuse me, deck chair of hate.
Yep, it's next
We'll
to
find out soon.
it's next to the armor of smoking.
That's terrible. I love this stuff so much.
You guys have the jewel, right?
We still have to, like, okay. Azumi is going to, like, look at Daisy. He hasn't put his hands on the glass yet, but he just goes, All right, I think I've disabled the alarm. Daisy, before I take this off, is there anything else we should know about before we get you out of here?
You know what? I'm going to roll a history for Daisy.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Texture of hate.
Okay,
That's a
where is
very
your
angry
history?
chair.
Quick, just so. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh god!
That is so in character.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No!
Azumi.
They're just so excited.
Oh, you get it. Nope.
That's
Everything
horrible.
is awesome.
That's so bad!
Oh, horrendous.
Oh no!
concerning.
We're gonna fucking get caught, aren't we?
Oh yeah.
Ready.
Oh, absolutely.
Eh,
Did Daisy say that like through routine or?
well, Rutin was gonna say
You
whatever
guys still can't.
Daisy was gonna say.
Yeah, you guys still can't talk to Daisy except if you have the wand.
So Rutin says, there is not anything else that they have mentioned.
Azumi takes a deep breath. And he goes, "Are you sure? Be very, very sure, because as soon as I take this off, there is no going back."
I mean, I can roll again. I will
Please
give
roll.
you guys a roll again.
Azumi does not like how simple this is. This would be in character for him.
That's slightly
That's
better.
That's
so
slightly
Cries.
better. I'm so badly debating on what to give you guys with this because that's still below a 10.
But it's better than a
God.
0.
It's better than the 5.
I think I think you get the I think you get
I mean, if you guys have dealt with the cursed objects and the chicken and the owner of the house, I don't see why not.
Okay, they mentioned all the items are cursed. There's also a chicken and the owner of the place.
The chicken likes ankles, but that's not going to be much of an issue.
Or not.
Hey, real quick before anything else, kid. If we pick you up, you're not going to fry us again, right? Like you did the one time.
They fried you.
Sorry. Can you apologize to the frog for that? Didn't want them to take me off of Daisy. Off of Joy. I was scared. I won't. I'm not gonna curse someone for touching me. Not like the story says. It's how you can talk to me. And I don't think there's anything wrong with the glass. I mean, the other objects might notice it going away, but it's fine, because you said you've dealt with everything else.
Okay, time out. First
Got us
of all,
something.
I love
Tell
that.
her,
Time
tell
out.
her tell her you haven't dealt with anything. Guys,
My head is in my hands.
Ritzy puts the little timeout signal like, hold on a second. And we have the other two talking with the owner of the place, but we're not sure how that is going. We do not know where chicken is, so that is not dealt with either. Also, we do not know how to deal with the other objects. Will they get mad if glass is gone? Also, Daisy says sorry, but that's it's the karma. Says sorry about that. It was due to being scared. Daisy will not hurt us, but I don't know about everything else.
Apology accepted. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't involuntary.
What was that about the other objects?
The other
Yeah,
objects,
that's
they
kind
seem
of a
to be,
concern.
some, probably most of them seem to be sentient. So I do not know if taking Daisy out might make them mad.
Oh, fucking great!
So wait, why don't we just open up everyone?
Are you asking to get cursed?
No, if we just take the glass of everyone, we're not going to get cursed. It'll just seem like
No.
everyone's free.
That's a bad idea.
Oh,
Listen, routine's full of
That's
bad ideas.
the deck
But
chair
I-
of hate isn't in glass. They broke out a while ago. They just don't like anyone. They haven't seen you yet, I don't think. I guess so, since they haven't attacked you.
There is a deck chair that is mobile and does not like people.
Oh,
It's called
That
the more
Spectre.
words I'm hearing, the more frustrated I'm getting.
On that note, Karma's doing a quick perception to see if he spots that, and he gets an 11.
I am also a normal perception, actually. That's a good idea.
Like, what if it's just waiting for us in the shadows, just looking?
Ooh.
Us, you guys, we're still in the dining hall.
Yeah. Okay. Karma, you are very much immediately taken up by a very, very ominous-looking set of armor that is smoking very ominously. Azumi,
Waves at it.
next to the armor is a very inconspicuous-looking deck chair.
Oh my god, they've teamed up!
I mean,
They were right next to each other. Like Daisy said, they were right next to each other.
Yes.
they said,
But they both broke out, apparently.
well, the armor is actually in a glass casing. If you'd
Question: which of you are invisible?
everyone but Karma rolled really well
Yeah.
on stealth.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
How do I take care of that?
Okay. There's the fucking chair.
A very ominous looking chair.
It's like 15 feet away from you.
Daisy, the chair.
Oh, you. Oh, hi.
There is no response because Daisy is invisible.
All right. What do you suggest I do?
What do we do about the chair? Okay.
Thank you for that picture.
Incredible.
Crop that image directly into the video.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to get that in the video.
Don't suppose either one of you knows Mage Hand or anything, do ya?
I do.
Okay. Get to the edge of the range of it from the glass, from the box, from Daisy. I'll open it. I'm the only one that can see. You grab Daisy with Mage Hand, and I play bait.
Are you insane?
How much
Yeah.
weight can the mage hand pick up?
10 pounds.
Not more than 10
Yeah,
pounds.
10 pounds.
I don't know how much 10 pounds is. It's probably heavier than the stone is. The stone is about the size of like a rock melon, so.
I mean, like, I don't think
4
most. I think
kg.
most.
10 pounds is 4
Wait.
kg. And a
Oh, that
watermelon.
might be enough. It's rock melon, not a watermelon, so like you can
a
hold
rock
it.
melon.
You can hold it with one hand, but it'd probably not be very good on your wrist, so 2 hands is probably your best bet.
Yeah, but the mage hand can handle it.
The mage hand
Yeah,
can
Here,
probably
I'm
handle it.
Magic. He doesn't have a wrist to worry about.
Does it say that a routine can just hold it?
No.
Oh, a cantaloupe. 5 kilograms. Range and weight from 0.5 to 5 kilograms. So how much did you say 10 pounds was, Spec?
It's
4?
around 10 kg.
Yeah.
10. Okay, so
I thought it
2
was 5.
cantaloupes.
No, that's too much. That's too much. It's around 5, but it was around 4.5 kg, so basically 5 kg.
Okay, a big cantaloupe.
Yeah. 5 kilograms sounds good. Yep.
Mm,
Sounds about
cantaloupe.
right.
Okay, so could technically pull this off.
You guys just gotta book it immediately.
Alright.
That's why Karma's got fog cloud. He can do some disguising stuff, but you guys can't. So
Ah,
get out of range.
interesting. All right.
Oh, this is such a horrendous idea.
Should we just
This
talk
is
to
a
them?
terrible idea. If anybody else has a better idea, please say it right now.
We could talk to the
God.
items.
Written beloved, it's called the deck chair of hate.
Well,
Love it. It hates you.
well,
It hates
It wants you to die.
see, it might not hate. It might hate us, but it would
Shame,
also hate the owner of the place. Maybe we can offer escape.
I don't think it cares. I really don't think it cares. I think it just wants to punch people. Do you see how ominous looking it is? Do you see how ominous looking it is? I'm not there, but like, imagine this is your inner Specs voice.
God, Richie now has 2 voices in his head. Well, 3 if you count Tenny. Anyway.
Yeah, this is gonna go very wrong, but this has got the best chance I can see.
Also, it's very funny. So
So bad. This is such a bad idea. Like we're all in agreement that this is a terrible idea, right?
Yep.
Oh
so bad, but it's so funny.
Well-
So come on.
You 2 know how to fight. I could take care of Daisy, and I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what to do. He's nervous.
All right.
I want both of you guys as far out of here as you can before I open this, okay?
All right. Routine.
Yes.
Back up about 30 feet away.
Okay. We're going to get you out, Daisy. Okay. We can do this.
Okay. Is everything all right?
Personally, no. Nothing is all right. We are all very worried and rather confused, and we don't know what's going to happen next. But I
So the
think
deck chair looks really ominous.
as long as I think as long as we all trust in each other, be okay. We just have to get out as quickly and as painlessly as possible.
Karma, I swear to God, if you don't survive this, I will kill you myself.
Worry,
He'll
kid,
dig
I'm a
up his
cockroach.
corpse. Like he'll dig up his corpse and kill him again.
Exactly.
Don't worry, kid. I look like a chameleon, but I'm actually a cockroach.
I mean, and Lee would agree with that.
Alright, ready?
Absolutely not, but let's get this over with.
All right.
Alright. And Karma picks up the glass.
All right. Yeah. You pick up the glass, no problem. And the deck chair immediately turns towards you. And could I please have everyone roll me initiative?
Okay.
Hooray!
Everyone, or
Yeah, everyone. That way we can at least, if you guys get involved,
just have it.
have it.
What's my freaking initiative again? Oh, okay. Oh shit! Karma right out the gate.
Pete was waiting.
Oh my gosh.
3.
Pencils is Specs is upstairs. It's fine.
Yeah, I know, but it's like, man, this tea is real good. I wonder how the others are doing.
Meanwhile, cut to the deck chair. Just
Yeah, I mean,
fucking-
I am thinking of cutting back to the professor and Spec in a moment. After we've rolled initiative, so.
Is this what you meant by like, oh, what they meant were like, oh, sorry, you can't exactly see it right now.
Yes.
Why? There's a deck chair on the loose.
Yes, this is exactly what they're gonna tell you. Is
Oh.
Oh my
There's a deck chair
well,
loose in the mansion.
it's more some of their cursed artifacts
Have
are
unionized?
yeah,
You
and making it kind of difficult to get into that area without aggravating them.
Oh my god.
Right, I need to roll my initiative.
Like having a pleasant conversation, talking about history, and then we cut back down. It's like, ah! As they're fighting a deck chair.
I fucking love this, actually.
I sure hope
Wow.
Glad we did this, guys. Anyway.
I sure hope it doesn't deck us.
This game sure has been something.
Oh, I have in fact put the picture of the chair in my video.
Oh,
Lovely.
fantastic.
Oh
Amazing.
my god.
It's been there for like the past 10 minutes, just ominously.
Staring.
Just. Oh man.
Ominous.
Oh, man.
Okay, so here's the thing. Depending on how this round goes, Azumi might try to cast Hideous Laughter on it because it's the only thing he has that can incapacitate it for some time.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Incapacitate a what?
It's the only
Anything.
spell he has that can incapacitate someone for a bit of time.
Oh, does it work on that?
Yeah.
Don't know.
I will
work on
need to check.
chairs?
I will need to check in a moment after I finish rolling. Give me a moment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was saying it earlier, but for the sake of keeping things like streamlined, Koro is patiently waiting outside somewhere.
Oh,
Oh my god.
good Koro.
Oh, Koro, beloved.
Cora's keeping watch at the door.
Yeah.
God damn it, why do you all have to be in different places?
Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Are you kidding
no.
me?
There's too many
Nah.
of them.
Oh, it's a multi-line at the top.
Ah, thank you.
So just copy paste.
I love the -5. Shout out to the -5.
my favorite.
But you have to do exclamation point.
Uh,
Oh my god.
Fantastic.
Just edit it. It should be fine.
I don't know
With
if that
Avery.
works.
Can't do that with Avery.
I don't think so.
Okay, never mind.
Nice.
13,
Alright,
7,
that's working.
6, 2,
It keeps going
1.
down!
One.
What?
Just 1.
Oh
That's
my god.
great.
One.
Alright, time to write out the initiative order.
One.
Mm.
Oh my god.
Just the immediate quoting.
It's too bad we didn't set up a mind link earlier.
Yeah.
well,
You'll be able to hear us
it
soon.
really is. I don't know how big this place is.
Mm.
Unless we want to retcon it.
No. I think it's fair that we didn't know what we were getting into, and so there wasn't a need.
Alright, just checking. Dawn, did Karma get that 26 in initiative? Or is that a something else?
Yeah.
That is your initiative?
No, that was initiative. Yeah.
Damn, plus 10.
This is what he's good at.
Hit hard and good.
Alright,
It's hard.
alright. So then that's a 14. Oh, Specs beloved. At least you guys aren't in the actual thing at the moment.
Yeah, we're in the dining hall. We're just normal historians. Nothing to see here. Avi, did you have to go soon?
Yeah,
Yes.
how are we doing for time? Just while I'm doing this.
Fall asleep.
Like, we've got 15 minutes, I think.
Yeah. It might actually, we might end up just stopping, right? Or
Let's see how this first round of initiative goes, and then we can stop it there as it goes. Like, if this looks like it's going to be not solved quickly, then we'll stop. If it does look like it's going to be solved quickly, we'll keep going for a little bit longer. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Fair enough.
Good plan.
Ah, that took me a while.
Okay, let's see. Karma, Rutin, Azumi, deck chair. Professor
uh-oh.
Wand.
Wait, I don't like these.
Crossbow?
Wand.
And down there at the very end is the chicken.
Yep. The one was the chicken.
Oh.
That's beautiful.
Ah.
The chicken just like looks up from where it was like sitting and then it's like, I'll do it later.
Love that his name handed me that he wished he had fear on him.
Mm.
Oh, incredible. Okay. So, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do this with the time that we have left. Yeah, you want to know, you know what, let's continue with the party that's downstairs stealth, and depending on how that goes, then we'll see how the rest of you guys go. How's that sound?
Yeah, because the professor doesn't come in until after the deck chair anyway.
Yeah. Alright, okay, Karma, you're up. The chair has spotted you.
Not for long, it hasn't. I cast fog cloud.
Incredible. Okay.
That does.
Cool, no one's going to be able to see.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
is.
Azumi won't be able to see Daisy.
It's only got a 20-foot range, and I'm putting it at the edge.
Oh.
Basically, I'm
I see.
covering the deck chair more than me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
Yep.
you can't see me now. And I'm gonna
Amazing.
grab Daisy and run.
You're grabbing the jewel, are you?
If possible.
Yep, I'm not gonna stop you. But I will say, ooh, just trying to figure out, should I make you roll a perception for this or not? Yeah, roll me a perception.
$16.
All right, yep, that's good enough. Karma, when you grab the orb, you will definitely notice there is another figure in this room that you can now see. And I have
Great.
more art.
Whoa.
Oh no.
I have so much art for this game.
Good.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Karma, meet Daisy.
baby.
Oh, Daisy!
Oh, baby.
Um,
oh, I love them.
and they are
They're
waving at
baby.
you.
I need the hold soft. I need it. Oh,
There, I put it in the chat for you.
Oh, yes,
you.
thank you.
Yep,
That's a whole baby.
yep. You guys finally get to see what Daisy looks like.
Oh, that's a whole baby. That's a whole child. Not really, but
Yeah.
also kind of.
Yep. And they're gonna go. They're waving very like enthusiastically at you. Just hi, Mr. Frog.
Karma visibly shakes that off. That will be later's problem.
Wow.
Yep.
Nice to meet you for the first time, kid. Let's go.
And books.
All right. Yep. Which way are you running?
Towards the door with the rest of them. I got 30 feet, and it's my first turn, so I technically have 40 feet of movement right now.
Ooh. Nice. All right. Let me just pull up the map again. Unfortunately, I don't have tokens for it. But I'm sure I can hand wave it a little bit. Okay, 40 feet is... Okay, from where you guys are, you're not gonna make it out of the room on this first, leg, but, I'm assuming you guys are going back out through the secret door?
The secret
aiming so.
tunnel.
Yeah, alright.
Secret tunnel.
You're not gonna make it out in this one round, but you will make it out next round, and you will make it into the kitchen area. Yeah.
Oh, fun.
Yep, alright.
Like, if I understand if this is a no-go, but I would like to try and hand Daisy off to Rutin because he can run with them.
Yeah, that should be fine. I will count that as like your action of like taking the jewel and passing it off as like one action that feels like an appropriate amount. And you definitely reach the rest of them because they're 30 feet away from where you were. So yes, Rutin, you can also now see Daisy.
He's so happy. But also, yeah, we gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
Move it,
Alright.
move it, move it, move it!
Rutin, you're up.
um. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what else is he gonna do? He's just gonna, I guess. I'm just saying if he has anything else he can do right this second. Ah. Okay. So, I think what he's gonna do is. Hi, Daisy. I'm sorry. I'm going to put you in my pocket. Well, specifically, he's gonna put the jewel in his hammer space so nobody can get it.
Fair enough.
They can't have Daisy back.
Nah. And I think it's gonna try something.
Alright.
If I may, I don't know what he's gonna turn into, but we're gonna find out.
Ooh.
So he's gonna use he's gonna take a use of wild shape to
Oh fuck.
maybe turn into something faster and run away. I don't know what though, because I haven't done a lot of wild shaping. I just know that the challenge rating has to be, I think, 1/4.
I think you can do a horse.
A horse is kind of big though.
I mean, if you want something fast,
that's true.
Look, hang on. I'm looking at the bestiary. It has to be a beast. Let's see.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, you could transform into a beast you've seen. I mean, he's seen probably one of these things.
Yeah.
Challenge rating of 1/4, no flying or swimming speed.
Okay.
He doesn't need either of those.
It has to be 1/4 or 1/4 or less.
1/4 or less.
Okay. Let's see. Mastiff is speed 40 feet. What's a elk is 50 feet. Let's see, I'm trying to see about a horse.
There's a horse loose in the mansion.
Draft horse
There's
is
a
40
horse
feet.
Loose in the mansion.
Pony is 40 feet. You're better off with an elk with 50 feet, honestly.
Those antlers, though.
Zebra is 60 feet.
Zebra?
Yeah.
Wow.
Has he seen a zebra, though?
I don't know. Have you been to the zoo?
This makes sense considering what one of their predators are, anyway.
Reindeer is also 50 feet. Riding horse is 60 feet. That's a good one. So
That is a
60
good
feet.
one.
You have a riding horse or a zebra. I don't know what else is.
Are zebras smaller than horses?
I'm assuming.
But by maybe a touch.
I mean,
they're about the same size. Depends on the horse.
Yeah, you might have
tell you.
You might have a touch trouble.
No, I think
like
horses are bigger.
Turning corners, but I think you will fit fine through entrances and stuff.
A riding horse is a large beast.
Here, this is what
Zebra
size
is.
comparison.
Zebras is also a large beast.
Oh, I like the picture.
Oh, a medium beast. There's a Fastieth. Although you've probably not seen one of those is the problem. It's kind
What
of
is it?
Honestly,
It's a
I'd go
raptor.
with wolf.
No.
I'd go with wolf.
Is wolf fast?
40 feet.
40 feet? That's not
And
bad.
it's a medium.
Yeah, no. Fastieth is like a dinosaur.
Oh god.
So that's out.
Man, I really should have looked at this earlier. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's okay.
He doesn't use it very often, so. I guess whatever's easiest.
Are I think it would be wolf. Gonna be honest, because it does
Okay.
have. Honestly, wild shaping was probably a good idea because you have that second set of HP. So like, if you lose that HP, you just revert back.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we'll go with that, I guess.
Mhm.
So that way he can move. Can move a bit faster.
Yep.
But and yeah, no, he's just gonna book it. Wait. So I know he's invisible, but the others who are invisible can see him, right?
Wait, did you cast a spell?
No, it's
No, it's a feature. Wild
Oh.
shape's a feature.
Okay,
Does that-
you should still be
Mm,
invisible then.
I don't
right?
know if that counts or not.
Isn't invisibility my concentration?
yeah.
Yes, but
Well,
it's
yeah,
if
but it
they, if
ends if you
they
cast a
cast a
spell
spell, it'll end.
Or attack.
And I haven't cast a spell yet.
No, not you, them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for the
the
person who is
target.
currently invisible.
A creature you touch the spell ends for a target that
Yeah, for a
attacks.
target.
That
Yeah.
attacks or casts a spell,
Yeah,
but he's
so-
using a feature, so I don't think that
I don't
counts.
think that counts. Like,
No, because that's
it's not a spell, and it's
it's
not
an
an
innate
attack.
thing. Like it's magic, yeah, but
Fair enough.
It's not a spell and it's not an attack, so I think it's fine.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Yep, you're still invisible.
Cool.
Wait.
Yeah, so he's just gonna book it.
Invisible horse, or wait, what animal was it?
Or a wolf now.
wolf?
Yeah, wolf. Yeah. Okay.
Invisible wolf.
Though I will say for flavor, if there was anyone who could see it, it's very shadowy and it doesn't exactly look like a wolf. But we'll get to that. Anyway.
Oh, fun!
Oh,
Love
good.
that. Anyway,
All right.
Yeah, he's gonna just go for the secret door, I guess.
Yep.
I don't know where else. What else to do? Where else to go?
You're going to be able to get to like 1/3 of the way through the kitchen.
Nice.
All right, Azumi, you're up.
hey, well, he's going to try hideous laughter. Ah.
Can you please post me the spell description?
There you go. A creature of your choice that you could see within range perceives everything as hilariously funny. Ah, fuck! I have to see it. God damn it.
Sorry.
You see the chair?
That's fine. I think the fact that we've stealthed in here and like we are invisible and like it can't see would make this really funny because Azumi's speed is only 30. I think it would be really funny if he tried to like stealth away so he doesn't alert it to where he is.
Sure.
Go for it. Yeah, do that.
We still have advantage with invisibility, right?
I believe since you haven't dropped it, yes.
Okay, good. He needed that.
All right, that's pretty good. All right. Well, all right. Who is up next?
Azumi deck chair professor.
All right, cool. The deck chair. All right. Well, I have some bad news for you, Karma.
Was it 50-50?
This chair uses blind sight.
Oh no.
So, it can still see you. It has not spotted, Azumi, and Rutin is out of its visual range, so, it's going to come after you. So it does this like sort of like galloping motion where it like brings its like the back part up near like the front and then like collapses back out again, and it's just gonna head towards you.
Sort of an inchworm gallop.
Yeah. It's not gonna be
Ugh.
able to reach you. It's still like it's because it was 15 feet away from you guys already, and you've run 40 feet, and it only has 30 feet of movement, so it's only going to get within like 25 feet of you. But it is going to attack you with a ranged spell attack.
Oh,
Okay.
It has like this umbrella attached to the side of it. It's currently closed, and it's going to point that in your direction, and it's going to cast Shocking Bolt.
oh,
Oh no.
Oh my god! the umbrella is a spell cast. Is it spell fucking? What's the word?
spellcaster.
Arcane
spellcaster.
focus.
Focus.
Yeah.
Is that one that I dodge or
No, it's an attack, so I'm rolling now.
okay?
You mean lightning bolt or
Um,
shocking grasp?
No,
that's
it's
touch.
a creature spell. It's called Shocking Bolt.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
It
that's cool.
Yeah, so you're not wearing. Are you wearing anything made of metal? Karma, are you
No,
wearing?
I have leather.
All right, cool. Just checking.
No,
'cause-
I've got leather armor and that's it.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Oh,
Definitely hit though.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. I'm gonna roll damage.
Do it.
ooh.
That's not bad.
Okay. Yeah, you take 16 points of lightning damage, and I'm going to say that was not very quiet.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and it's our turn next.
Yep. So the other thing you will notice is they're not actually going to attack this round. But you will notice that there is like a wand that comes off of the of like a rack on like a wall, and a crossbow as well, and they're sort of like floating along behind the deck chair. But they're not attacking.
Yet.
Yeah.
Oh, that explains those entries. Anyway.
Yeah.
God,
All right.
a crossbow.
Mhm. All right.
All right.
We are back with the professor.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the
Yeah.
lovely conversation.
I really do have to go. Like,
Yeah.
I pass out.
Okay. Okay. I was trying to get to the end of the I was trying to get to the end of the initiative order and then call it there, but if we want, we can leave it there.
We're kind of switching
Yeah.
scenes anyway.
Yeah, we're switching scenes. We can say it ends with like the professor, like just. We can just say it ends with
What?
the professor just going.
We know where to
like,
pick
saying
up.
something.
Roundabout
Yeah.
mean.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. All right, cool. I guess we're going to get to that next week or whenever we pick up again. Yeah.
Run for your
thanks.
lives.
Thank you guys for playing. I hope you guys had fun. And
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
I shall stop the recording. Thank you for people who listened both now and the future. I hope you had as much fun as we did.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.